Hey guys. You are watching your anime world. How are you all? Please support to subscribe this channel for watching new interesting stories. So in this video, we will see what if Deku became the ultimate radioactive Spider-Man. Here is short summary. Once Izuku Midoriya was a child with no quirk, mocked for trying to become a hero. But all that changed when he got bit by a radioactive man-spider which gave him powers like no other. But before we start, if you want more stuff like this, then be sure to subscribe and like this video. And if possible share this video with your friends. Now let's start the story. The story of quirks began in China, in Qingqing City. There was news that a baby that gave off light was born. And ever since then, superpowers were discovered in various places, and time passed without the cause being identified. Before we knew it, the supernatural became normal, and dreams became reality. The world had become a superhuman society, and 80% of the world's population now had some kind of special trait. In this world swirling with chaos, the profession that everyone once dreamed about and admired came into the limelight. A hero. But what is a hero? A savior, a symbol, someone who just wants to make the world a better place, all of the above? There were tons of mighty heroes in our society who did their best to prevent crimes and protect the people, but there was one hero who was everything I mentioned and more. His name was All Might. He was the top hero, recognized for rescuing the most number of people. Always sporting a giant smile, he shows off a bright, can-do attitude that gave people a reason to relax when he arrived. He was what the world always needed. He was the symbol of peace. He was the hero that we always looked up to, someone we aspired to be. But this wasn't possible for everyone. In our world of superpowers, there are those who aren't fortunate enough to have a quirk. And as much as it pains me to say it, I was one of them. I was born quirkless, and because of it, I learned the hard way how cruel the world was. Of course, fate had different plans for me. Was it a gift or a curse? I will never know. But I do know that fate chose me for a reason, and I will not fail. This is my story of how I became one of the greatest heroes in the multiverse. Location: Musutafu City. It was a normal day at Musutafu City. Everyone was minding their own business as they were enjoying the beautiful sunny day. School was over, so all the kids were going home with their friends. The third-year junior high students were planning on which senior high school they wanted to attend. However, most of them had the same dream, to become a hero, and the best place to become a hero was none other than UA Academy. UA is the best high school for heroics and is considered the top hero academy in the world. The students would learn and train to become the top heroes. But getting in was no easy task, and so, students would have to train their quirks to enter and pass their exams. A young junior high school kid was walking while holding a notebook which read, "Hero Analysis for the Future No. 13 inches. He was wearing a black Gakurin school uniform with yellow buttons. Resting on his shoulders was his yellow school bag while pushing forward in his red shiny shoes. He had green eyes and black curly hair with green highlights. He carried on walking until he noticed a group of people staring at the TV store. He walked over to see what all the attention was about. Of course, this is our main protagonist, Izuku Midoriya. He pushed through the crowd until he finally reached the front and saw the TV screen. What's going on? There's some trouble at the shopping district. Villains just started attacking out of nowhere, answered a citizen in business attire. Izuku turned to the screen and saw a burning battlefield on the television screen. There were burning trees and shops all over the area. Citizens were running as three villains were causing havoc with their quirks. One of the villains was wearing an orange bull outfit. On his head were two sharp horns. He was the bulkiest amongst the three, and he was known as Bullhead. Another villain wearing a black suit with blades covering his arms was throwing knives left and right. He had cuts all over his face. His name is Scar. And the one standing in the middle was shooting fire from his fingertips. He wore blue jeans and a black leather jacket with a skull on the back. He wore nothing underneath and revealed the burn on his chest. This villain went by the name Pyro. Citizens ran as the shops were beginning to collapse around them. The police did their best to help as many people to get to safety while the heroes were on their way. The reporters were trying to get away, but a few stayed behind to see all the action. There was a little girl who was crying, looking for her parents. She couldn't move because she had no idea where to go or what to do. She carried on crying, hoping that her mother would save her, but little did she know that the building behind her was collapsing. As the rubble was about to fall on the little girl, a tall figure quickly raced towards the child and picked her up. Just as the rubble was about to hit them, he extended his arm towards a lamp post and pulled himself and the child away from the rubble to safety. The child slowly started opening her eyes and saw the hero that saved her. She couldn't see his face because it was covered by a wooden helmet. He was wearing a black unitard, wooden gloves that reached past his forearm, a wooden belt and wooden shoes. The hero gave the child to one of the police officers and started heading back into the fight. Please get her to safety. Bullhead looked up to see the hero running towards him. Huh, who the heck is that? Pyro and Scar turned to the hero and saw the incoming hero. Who cares? Look at him, he's made of wood. I'll just use him for firewood. Pyro laughed as he charged up 2 tiny fireballs on his fingers. Bullhead and Scar stood back. They decided to let Pyro take care of the hero. You 3 have caused enough destruction. Surrender now or I will have to use force, warned the wood hero. The 3 villains couldn't help but laugh as they couldn't believe that the hero actually threatened them. Do you really think that you can beat us? Buddy, our quirks are the strongest, there's no way that you can defeat the 3 of us. Pyro fired a few fire missiles from his fingers towards the hero. The wood hero jumped out of the way and dodged the attack. From the air, the hero quickly extended his wooden arm and landed a punch at Pyro's face. Pyro flew back and crashed into a car. Bullhead and Scar turned to see Pyro on the car, but the hero quickly ran in close and smacked their heads together. Bullhead and Scar grabbed their heads as they felt an intense pain and took a few steps back as their heads were ringing. Bullhead quickly shook his head and looked over to find the hero standing in front of them. That's it, I'm gonna crush your skull. Bullhead roared. He charged at the hero head on with his 2 horns ready to pierce him, but the hero immediately jumped out of the way. Bullhead carried on charging even after the hero dodged and smacked straight into a wall. My head. The crash caused the wall to break down and collapse on him, completely smothering him with bricks. The hero was about to go on the offensive and capture Bullhead, but then a knife flew straight past his head, missing just by a few centimeters. The hero immediately turned to Scar and saw that his fingers turned into knives. Let's just see how long you can last against me. Scar swung his arm down, sending 5 knives towards the hero, but the hero quickly created a wooden shield to block the attack. Scar charged towards the hero and started swinging his fingers at him. The hero started dodging left and right, but then one of the blades was able to hit the hero's helmet, leaving a cut on his helmet. Pyro was finally getting back up and saw that Scar was trying to attack the hero. You're gonna pay for what you did. Pyro grunted as he stood back up and charged up fire on his fingers. Scar carried on swinging towards the hero, pushing him back. As the 2 were getting closer, Pyro took his chance and fired a fireball towards the hero. The hero felt a strong heat approaching behind him and extended his arm towards a roof. He pulled himself away just in time. Scar watched as the hero fled, but he noticed why. The incoming fireball hit Scar directly and burned his torso. Whoops! Pyro looked up and saw the wood hero swinging towards him from the buildings. The hero extended his wooden arm and covered Pyro's entire body with wood. Pyro lost his balance and fell to the ground. I know you can burn through that with your fire quirk, but I wouldn't recommend it unless you want to end up like your friend over there. The hero warned. Pyro growled, knowing that he was in a defeated state. He could easily burn through the wood with his fire, but in doing so, he would completely envelope himself in his own fire. Bullhead finally managed to break through the rubble and set himself free. He looked over to his friends and saw that Pyro was trapped in wood and Scar was knocked out with a burn on his chest. Oh come on guys, do I really gotta do all the work around here? Bullhead asked. Bullhead turned to the hero and started grinding on the ground with his feet. This time, you're mine. Bullhead charged at the hero with greater speed than the last time, catching the hero off guard. The hero had no time to dodge since Bullhead was too close. The hero quickly created a wooden shield, but Bullhead's horns were able to pierce through them. Bullhead carried on running, dragging the hero with him until he finally smacked the hero into a wall. Bullhead then tore apart the wooden shield stuck on his horns and grabbed the hero's head. he threw him across the street and crashed him through a window display. That ought to show you. Bullhead started walking towards Pyro and Scar. Geez, I can't believe you two lost that toothpick. Yeah, just get us out of here before the other heroes arrive. Bullhead was about to free Pyro when a boulder flew in and smacked him on the head. Bullhead grabbed his head in pain and turned around to see where it came from. Two branches extended through the window display and smacked Bullhead's face, causing him to take a few steps back. The wood hero jumped out of the store and restored his hands back to normal. Bullhead rubbed his sore face and looked up to see the wood hero again. You just don't know when to quit, do you? I won't, as long as there are villains like you destroying our city. Bullhead got ready to charge at him again and started grinding his feet on the ground. Seeing the same attack again, the wood hero grabbed his right arm with left and prepared a special attack. Bullhead started his charge towards the wood hero, but the hero waited for the right opportunity to strike. After getting to the right distance, the wood hero extended his arm forward. Now, lacquered chains prison, the wood hero screamed as he shot out wood from his right arm. Bullhead saw the incoming attack and flinched as the attack was getting closer, but the wood immediately surrounded Bullhead and immobilized him, with extra coating to make sure that he wouldn't be able to break free of the attack. Once the fight was over, the other heroes made it to the fight. There was death arms, snipe and Vihara headgear. Along with the heroes, the other citizens started returning to the fight as well. The camera crew started recording the after battle to see that the wood hero was victorious against the villains. The wood hero stayed still until he felt a light water drop on his shoulder. He looked up to the sky to see the dark clouds as it started raining. Who was that? I don't know. He just came out of nowhere. But seriously, he took out all three of them. What's his name? The police rushed in to apprehend the villains who were still trapped by the wood hero's powers. With the police, reporters started rushing towards the wood hero as well to get more information about him. Excuse me, sir, we don't know how you did it, but you were able to defeat all three of those villains by yourself. Can I ask who you are? A female reporter in a blue dress asked. The wood hero turned to the reporter. My name is Kamui Woods and I'm the new hero who is here to make his debut. Kamui answered. The people started cheering as they finally heard the name of their new hero. Even though they didn't know much about him, the people were really impressed by him and his superior strength. In a dark room, a man wearing a lab coat was watching the news. He saw how Kamui Woods was able to defeat the three villains. So, they failed. The man walked away from the screen, but then a mechanical arm smashed the screen. I see, I guess they were no good, replied another man sitting in a dark corner. He had several mechanical pipes and gadgets stuck on his body. His face was covered by some type of dark helmet. It is not the end of the world, however. I still have the test subject. He started walking towards another room and activated the lock system with his hand. He entered the room and walked in until he reached a capsule. My beautiful creation, you will help me finish my experiment. I have been mutating you for months and I believe now is the perfect opportunity for a test run. He pressed a button which opened the capsule. Go, my creature, show them the meaning of hell. Are you sure that this is necessary? Your creations seem to be failing, one after the other. Just what do you aim to achieve with this? Of course, master. This is just the first step in creating our ultimate weapon. We are simply using these pawns to test our artificial life forms so that the final project can be complete. After all, Numu is far from complete, answered the doctor while placing his glasses back on with his mechanical arm. Back at Musudafu City, all the people who were watching the screen started cheering for the new hero. Izuku was amazed and opened a new page on his notebook. He started sketching Kamui Woods and wrote a few notes. Wow, a new hero. He's so cool. I'm sure that he'll be pretty popular with his awesome quirk since it has a lot of utility. From the way he was fighting, he seemed really athletic and powerful even with the number of enemies he fought. I'm pretty sure. Izuku carried mumbling while writing on his notebook and looked back to the screen to see Kamui Woods' interview, but then the screen turned blank. An explosion was heard from the south. Everyone turned to see what happened. What was that? Izuku placed his notebook back into his bag and ran towards the explosion. Whenever there was danger, it would be an opportunity for him to see new heroes. Izuku wanted to see the fight, but the fight came to him. Just as he was about to take another step towards the explosion, a large insect-like figure slammed into the ground from the sky and sent a powerful shock throughout the streets, sending everyone flying back. All the windows were broken, the car's glasses were smashed and the road was completely cracked. Izuku slowly started getting up and saw the figure through the smoke. There was a large human figure rampaging the streets. He was human at first, but now he was nothing but a monster. He was the man-spider. The man-spider had spider legs coming out of his back and his torso. His face was completely changed into an arachnid's head, revealing his 8 blood-red eyes. He had a silver shirt on, but it was completely ripped up, revealing his hairy body. His shorts covered his private parts but revealed his mutated spider legs. Wah! What is that? Some kind of monster, Izuku thought as he looked at the horrifying man-spider. Extending his spider arms, he shot out several web lines from his arms and caught 3 cars. Using his immense strength, he swung 2 cars towards a building and the other car towards a store. All the citizens started screaming in terror. There were explosions everywhere due to the cars. Izuku ran with the other citizens to get to safety, but man-spider was creating too much havoc. The man-spider started flailing his fists, destroying building structures and cars. Where did that thing come from? Just what kind of quirk is that? Is that thing even human? He's got super strength, some kind of web attack, amazing speed and reflexes too. It's such a powerful quirk, thought Izuku as he was observing the man-spider. The man-spider charged at the people and started swinging his claws at their torso. The people were screaming as the monsters were killing people from left to right. Izuku was frozen in fear, seeing the monsters on a killing spree. The man-spider carried on swinging until his attention was caught by 2 children, hiding in a corner. Izuku looked over to see 2 kids driven into a corner by the spider mutant. A small girl and a small boy. The girl had 2 cute and fluffy pigtails behind her head. The other boy had short black hair, a bang covering his right eye. Both of them carried faces reminiscent of frogs, each riddled with fear. The spider mutant was slowly staring crawl towards them, with a murderous intention. Oh no, those kids are gonna get eaten. This is seriously bad. Someone has to do something. Those kids are done for. Seriously, where are the heroes? Those kids. Izuku looked over to the kids and saw the fear in their eyes. There were no officers or any heroes in sight, and death was just a few steps away for those kids. Someone has to do something. That monster will kill them. Izuku covered his mouth as the man-spider opened his and revealed his fangs. He roared at the children as his fangs were dripping venom. What do I do? What would a hero do? Izuku thought. He was shaking in fear as the monster was getting closer and closer to the 2 children. RGGH. Izuku turned back to the man-spider. He grabbed the small girl and was about to sink its fangs into her. Seeing the fear in her eyes and the tears falling down, Izuku clenched his fists. All the citizens turned their attention to Izuku as he was charging straight towards the man-spider. What the hell? What does that kid think he's doing? Is he trying to get himself killed? Without hesitation, Izuku ran towards them and grabbed a rock. Get away from them! Izuku yelled as he threw the rock towards the man-spiders. Luckily for him, the aim was spot on and it hit him directly on the head. After getting hit, the man-spider dropped the child and turned its attention to Izuku. Okay, I got its attention. I've got to get it away from them. Go! Izuku yelled before running off in a different direction, hoping it would follow after him. He turned back to see that the man-spider was crawling after him, jumping from building to hunt Izuku. Welp, I definitely got his attention. Now I just need to distract him until the heroes arrive. Izuku carried on running to get it away from the citizens. The man-spider quickly fired several web lines to try and capture Izuku, but luckily, Izuku was able to sidestep just in time to dodge the web attacks. The man-spider fired another web line and this time it hit his backpack. No, he got me. Izuku was starting to get pulled in by man-spider, but he quickly let go of his bag and carried on running. The man-spider roared as he threw away Izuku's bag and dropped all of his stuff on the ground. The man-spider started chasing after him again and fired several web shots towards him, but Izuku noticed a corner and quickly jumped out of the way before any of them were able to land on him. The man-spider roared as he started chasing after Izuku again. All the citizens just watched as the monster finally ran away. Just like the fight with Kamui Woods, there were burning buildings, cars, streets, destroyed stores everywhere. It all went silent until a large figure appeared from behind the citizens. All the citizens turned back to see the source of the shadow, and once they knew who it was, their mouths could not stop hanging. Is that him? The one, the only. It's the symbol of peace. The little girl and boy were still crying, having to see something really frightening up close. Just then the large figure walked over to the two and kneeled down to them. "Are you two all right?" asked the tall figure. They carried on crying until he placed his hand on her shoulder. "I know you're afraid, but I need you to be brave and tell me where that monster went." The girl turned to the tall figure and pointed to the south. They went that way. Thank you for your help." The tall figure picked up the boy and girl and took them to the police. "Now I will handle the rest." The figure was about to walk on when he accidentally stepped on something. He looked down and noticed some kind of notebook. "What is this?" The tall figure started going through the paper and saw the vast amount of hero knowledge that was on the notebook. He was surprised since there was a large amount of notes on many types of heroes, but the last page had something interesting, a page about All Might. Elsewhere, the man-spider was still chasing after Izuku. Luckily Izuku was able to find a safe spot to hide before he got caught. He was lucky enough to hide in an alleyway behind a dumpster, but he knew it wouldn't last for long. "Great. I'm trapped. If I leave myself in a single spot, that guy will find me in no time." Izuku sat down and held his breath, knowing that the man-spider was close and still after him. Just above, the man-spider was looking around with his 8 eyes trying to find Izuku. He sent a spine-chilling roar which scared Izuku to the bone. Izuku knew what he did was reckless, but he knew it had to be done to save those kids. "What do I do? What should I do? He's so close." Izuku kept his mouth shut until he heard a noise getting closer. He turned to the left and noticed a shadow getting closer and closer. Fearing that it may have been the man-spider, Izuku started trembling in fear. The shadow kept on getting bigger and bigger until it finally reached Izuku. "I'm dead." Izuku closed his eyes and looked away. He kept his eyes closed, but he felt something rubbing his leg. Izuku slowly opened his eyes and saw that it was a tiny black cat scratching his leg. Izuku let out a huge sigh of relief knowing that it wasn't man-spider and pushed the cat out of the way. "Seriously, I thought I was a goner. Don't scare me like that, little guy." He stood up and looked around to see if man-spider was still there, but after a while, there were no signs of him anywhere. Izuku slowly started getting up and got out of the alleyway, but the entire street was empty. Is he gone? Thank goodness, maybe the other heroes already found him. I better get out of here before it comes back. Izuku was about to run off when 8 red eyes started glowing from the shadows. Extending out 4 arms, the man-spider caught Izuku with his web line. Izuku fell to the ground and saw man-spider crawl out of the shadow with 4 of his arms pulling Izuku towards him. No! The man-spider roared as he started pulling Izuku closer towards him, using his other arms. He completely cocooned Izuku with his webbing but left his eyes. Izuku was frozen in fear. The man-spider webbed him to the wall, making it impossible for him to escape. There were no heroes in sight either. All seemed lost for Izuku. His breathing was getting faster as the man-spider was approaching him slowly. "Someone, help me!" Tears began rolling down Izuku's face. To him, death was approaching. The man-spider raised its fangs and pierced it on Izuku's shoulder, sending its deadly venom in his body. Izuku screamed with the last of his strength. He could feel his body getting weaker. "I'm dead." Izuku closed his eyes and waited for his demise. But in a flash, the man-spider was sent flying away towards a wall. The man-spider turned back and saw the man who sent him flying. He was an extremely tall and overly muscular man. His hair was blonde and he had 2 spikes on top of his head. He was also in his hero costume, which consisted of red, white and blue bodysuit with golden gloves and boots. "You will no longer harm this boy. For I am here. The man-spider scowled at the hero and charged towards him with full speed. The hero stood still and watched as the villain was approaching him, but he felt bad for the creature. Another human, lost to the mutation experiment. Judging from his actions and appearance, it seems he's beyond help now. I'm sorry, but I have no choice. The hero pulled back his fist and waited as the man-spider was approaching. He then swung his fist forward. The man-spider was about to get hit, but at the last minute he dodged and grabbed the man's arm. Using all of his strength, he lifted him up and tossed him towards a building. After getting slammed, the man-spider tried to web him up to the wall, but the hero jumped out of the way. Okay, looks like he's got good speed and reflexes. For a spider thing. The man-spider roared as he charged the hero. The two locked their fists together, but the man-spider used his other four arms to punch the hero directly in the gut and uppercutted him away. The hero got back up from the attack and looked over to the man-spider. I've underestimated him too much. For a spider, his strength, agility and reflexes is amazing. I need to take him down now. He stood up and looked over to the man-spider once again. He could see the murderous intention from his 8 eyes. The man-spider lunged towards the hero, but the hero was ready for his attack. Texax smash. He threw a punch with enough force that the wind pressure alone broke every bone in the man-spider's body. He flew back towards a wall and smashed into nothing but a stain. Different parts of his body ripped off and man-spider's legs were hanging off. The hero ripped off the web from Izuku and picked him up. He started checking to see if he was still alive. He looked around his body and noticed the giant bite mark on his shoulders, leaving a trail of blood and purple venom. Well, luckily he still has a pulse, but the venom's already entered his body. I need to get him to hospital quickly. The hero jumped in haste to reach the hospital. While he was jumping, however, a bit of blood fell from his mouth. Oh shit, I have to hurry. The hero wiped off the blood on his face and carried on jumping to reach the hospital. Question mark. It seems the man-spider has failed as well. And it was only released for a few hours. Your mutation was a complete failure. The doctor turned around to the man on the wheelchair and bowed his head. I apologize, master, but believe me when I say that this has been more of a success than a failure. And why is that? Simply because of the footage that I received. Using his mechanical arm, the doctor pressed a button which activated the TV screen and showed the fight between the hero and the man-spider. Why are you showing me this? From this footage alone, we can see that the artificial humans can indeed take him on. If our pawns can show this much promise, then I promise you our final creation will seal the deal. I have been curious. Just what exactly was the purpose of your latest creation? It was able to wreak havoc, but I see nothing special in that monster. Believe me, it was far from just a normal monster. I used a synthesized transfer RNA to encode an entirely new genome, combing genetic information from different subjects to create superhumans. But this I used a spider as test. And you're telling me that this will help us complete the creation of Numu? Yes, master. When I finish creating the final parts of our experiment, not even the greatest heroes will be able to survive. Hospital. 2 days after. The news about the mutant experiment had spread like wildfire. Everyone was questioning about where it came from or how they were created in the first place. The media were asking the heroes if they were going to look into this matter, but it was difficult as they had no lead of where it all began. Illegal experiments were banned years ago, but some villains and organizations still do it under the radar. Izuku was recovering in the hospital after the mutation incident 2 days ago. Luckily the hero was able to bring him to the hospital before he received any permanent damage. The doctors were able to wipe away all the venom in his bloodstream, but he still needed to recover from the shock. Izuku finally started opening his eyes, but his vision was still blurry. He could feel the strength in his arms again, but he felt a bit strange. Where am I? What happened? Izuku slowly tried to get up and looked around to his surroundings. He was wearing a hospital gown. He looked around to see an IV, a heart monitor and an oxygen tank. In his front view was an old TV set hanging on the ceiling, and to his right was a window. Looking outside, it was night time. How did I get here? Izuku looked over to the door and saw that a nurse was about to enter. The door opened and the nurse entered the room, but as soon as she saw Izuku, She let out a loud scream which even frightened Izuku. She immediately ran away, calling for help. Izuku sat still, having no idea as to why she ran away. What's going on? He looked at himself and noticed that he had 4 additional arms on his torso. He gasped when he noticed his new form and quickly jumped out of the bed. What happened to me? Izuku turned to the window and looked at his reflection, only to notice that he had 6 eyes as well. He turned back to the door. The nurse returned to the room with security guards. It's another mutant. The guards immediately pulled out their guns and pointed them at Izuku. Izuku raised his arms and started waving them in fright. And no, I'm not a muta. He couldn't finish his sentence because he felt a sharp pain in his head, warning him of incoming danger. Fire! The police didn't hesitate and started firing towards Izuku. He covered himself and started walking back, but one of the bullets shot his arm. Aargh! He cried in pain as his arm was bleeding. Izuku fell back and crashed through the window. He screamed as he fell, but luckily for him, several tree branches were able to break to his fall. He didn't get any serious injuries, but he was covered in cuts and wounds from the fall and gunshots. Izuku started running away to a dark alley so that he could lose the guards, but he was facing a tremendous pain. Izuku looked at his new form and started shaking in fear. He had no idea what happened or how he became part spider. What happened to me? Why did I turn into this? He found an old trench coat in the garbage and used it to cover his new arms. He also used an old bandana to cover his new eyes. He walked his way home, hoping that no one would be able to notice his new change. He walked through the streets hoping that he wouldn't attract too much attention. Izuku walked on until he reached the same TV store that he saw before. There was news about the mutant experiments. Our top story today: more mutants were found near the abandoned factory at the west side of Musudafu City. It was shown that people were experimented on with animal DNA, morphing them into different creatures. They gained superhuman abilities such as strength and speed. However, in doing so, they lose their humanity. The transformation causes them to forget about their human side and leaves them at a primal state where they are nothing but monsters. Hearing the news, Izuku felt terrified, realizing that the same was being done to him. He too was transforming into a mutant and soon it would turn him into a monster. He ran to his right, but he accidentally bumped into a citizen. "Hey, watch where you're going." Izuku didn't respond and ran past him. He ran as fast as he could so that could get home and escape the public. He carried on running until he felt a sharp in his body. He fell to his knees and grabbed his torso with his arms. He screamed as the pain was getting worse. All the citizens turned to Izuku to see that he was in pain. Izuku's new form started taking shape as his hands turned dark and into claws. His mouth started forming fangs, his 8 eyes turned red, and finally he grew taller into his monstrous form. The man spider was born once again. He roared as the last of his humanity disappeared. All the citizens started running and screaming when they saw Izuku's new form. Izuku couldn't control himself, but he could still see what was going on. He looked over to the TV screen once again, but this time, it was showing Izuku's new form, the man spider. The man spider hissed at the TV in rage. He went over to a car and lifted it. Using all his strength, he threw the car towards the TV store and caused an explosion. "Wah! What am I doing?" The man spider walked over to a lamp post and pulled it out of the ground. He swung it towards another store and smashed the window display. He roared as the pain had not left his body. "Have no fear, citizens, for I am here." The man spider turned and saw the hero that saved him against the mutant spider before. However, this time he was wearing a white shirt and brown pants with black trainers. Izuku recognized him as the strongest hero. All Might. This would have been more cool for him had it not been for the fact that he turned into a spider mutant. All Might looked at the man spider and clenched his fist since he knew that it was once a human but no more. "I apologize for what has happened to you, but if I don't stop you now, you will create more havoc." Izuku's eyes widened, knowing that the hero that he adored was about to kill him. Izuku couldn't form any words because he was too scared. Even if he could, his new monster form wouldn't allow it. He raised his arms and started backing away, but All Might started walking forward. All Might clenched his fist and got ready to use his attack. Detroit. Hearing that word, Izuku couldn't even move. Knowing how powerful All Might was, he had no chance of escaping his attack with such a short distance. All Might charged towards him with his right arm held back. No. Smash. All Might sent a downward punch heading straight towards Izuku's head. Ah! Izuku's eyes opened in a flash. He looked and noticed that he was in the hospital again. Izuku quickly checked his body and saw that he was still human and that it all just a nightmare. He covered his face with his hands. He never felt so terrified over a dream before. The door opened and Izuku's mom ran in to see her son. Izuku. Izuku hugged his mom and she hugged him back. Mom. Izuku. I'm so glad you're awake again. Izuku pulled himself away in confusion. Mom, what happened? You don't remember. Izuku shook his head. You were attacked by a mutant. But luckily All Might saved you and brought you to this hospital in time. Izuku's jaw dropped the moment he realized that the hero he admired saved his life. All Might saved me. Izuku's mom nodded. Izuku looked back and saw a doctor and a nurse walking into the room. Midoriya, you're awake? The nurse asked. The doctor and nurse were surprised at his quick recovery. With the venom injected into his body, they were expecting him to be unconscious for a week at least. Are you feeling any better? Any pain in your body? Asked the doctor. He went in closer and checked Izuku's temperature, but he was perfectly normal. I feel fine. A lot better, to be honest. And no, my body feels perfectly fine, answered Izuku. The doctor and nurse looked back to each other in surprise since his condition was critical when he first arrived, but now he was okay. This is odd to say the least. When he first arrived, he had such a severe bite mark on his shoulder and venom in his bloodstream, but he's recovered like it was nothing. Well, if you don't mind, we would like to do some checkups on you. If you're feeling better, then you can go home today, the doctor said. Oh, okay. Izuku looked back to his shoulder and saw an amount of bandage covering him, but it was weird since he didn't feel any pain from it. As if the wound just healed by itself. After the doctors were finished with his checkup, it was shown that Izuku was fine. The doctors were going to offer some medicine to him, but it didn't feel like he needed it. Izuku's home. After getting discharged from the hospital, Izuku was lucky enough to get his stuff back. The police were able to gather up all of his stuff from the crime scene and return it to his mom. He had to go to the police station to give a testimony about what happened, but after everything was done, they finally made it back home. Would you like something to eat? Can I fix you anything? Izuku turned to his mom and slowly shook his head. Thanks mom, but I'm fine. I just want to rest for now. Izuku took off his shoes and went straight to his room. He took off his jacket and shirt and jumped straight into bed, staring blankly at the roof. His eyes started getting heavy until they finally closed. So tired. Izuku grabbed his bed sheet and clenched it as he was falling asleep, but his body started moving on its own. He carried on flailing around in his bed until he finally opened his eyes and jumped out of bed. He looked over himself and noticed the beads of sweat covering his body. Oh man, I must have had one heck of a nightmare. Guess it's still night time. Izuku looked over to his alarm clock and saw that it was only 8 p.m., so he slept for a few hours. Izuku, are you awake? Izuku turned to the door to hear his mom's voice. He got up and wore his shirt, but for some reason, it felt a bit tighter than usual. Yeah mom, I'm awake. Good, come on, it's time for dinner. Izuku opened his door and started walking towards the kitchen to see his mom preparing dinner. After all the crazy events that happened in the past few days, he was finally glad to be home. There you are Izuku, come over and wash up so we can have dinner. Sure mom. Izuku was walking over to the sink to wash his hands while his mom was carrying some of the dishes to the table. Izuku was about to wash his hands when all of a sudden, his head felt a tingling sensation which caused him to turn around. As his mom was about to reach the table, her foot accidentally slipped under the carpet and caused her to throw the 2 plates into the air. Without even realizing it, Izuku lunged towards his mom and grabbed her before she fell. As the plates were about to land, Izuku extended his arm and caught both of the plates while the food landed on top of the plate. Izuku and his mom were completely shocked at what just happened. In an instant Izuku not only saved their dinner but his mom as well. Izuku. How did you do that? Izuku's mom asked. Izuku didn't answer since he was surprised himself at what just happened. I don't know. Izuku's vision started getting darker until he lost his balance and fell on his knees. Izuku's mom ran over to her son and tried to help him stand. Izuku, what's wrong? My head. Izuku finally stood up with the help of his mom and he sat down on the table. Are you going to be okay? Should I call the doctor? Maybe I could get you some medicine, some paracetamol, antibiotics, ibuprofen. Where's the phone? Izuku's mom carried on panicking until Izuku placed his hand on her shoulder and slowly shook his head. It's fine, Mom. I just felt a little lightheaded for a sec there, I'll be fine. Replied Izuku to try and calm down his mom. She had already started shedding tears since she was worried sick about her son. Izuku, please don't do this. You nearly gave me a heart attack, said Izuku's mom as she wiped away her tears. I'm really sorry, Mom. I promise, I'll be fine. At that time, I said those words to my mom, believing that everything would return to normal. But that was far from the truth. I would have never been able to foresee the events that would occur in my life all because of that monster spider bite. I had no idea that it was going to change me into something amazing, something spectacular. 3 boys around the age of 4 to 5 were staring down a young boy who was standing in front of a small girl who was crying. One of his most noticeable features was that he had black hair with green highlights. That's mean Kachan. Can't you see she's crying? If you hurt her, I'll never forgive you. The little boy with black curly hair raised his fists while shaking in fear. He knew the odds were against him, but he wasn't going to let them hurt the girl behind him. All men are not born equal. This was the reality I learned about society at the young age of 4. Growing up without a quirk made me realize how cruel the world can be on those who were unlucky like me. Every day, it was the same thing over and over again. The young boy with the black curly hair was laying on the ground, covered in bruises and cuts after trying to defend the girl. He could barely move since he took one hell of a beating. As his eyes were about to close, the girl he protected walked over to him and offered her hand. It was difficult for him to recognize her features because the sun ray was covering his eyes. Are you okay? But just as she finished asking the question, everything turned dark and he could no longer hear her voice. Midoriya's home, morning. After last night's incident at the dinner table, Izuku turned in early for the night once he was done eating. He didn't know why, but his body reacted on its own when he saw his mom in trouble. Izuku slowly began opening his eyes as the sun's rays was covering his face. Grogginess riddled his face as he inched his arms into the air and let out a small groan. Morning already. The tired boy crawled out of bed to reach his curtains, only to see the new sunny day. He was still worried about what happened with Man Spider, but he knew he couldn't let it distract him. To him, it was a thing of the past and it was best to move on from it. Izuku looked over to his left shoulder and remembered the moment where the monstrous figure bit him. That dream again, thought Izuku as he fixed his bed hair. He turned around to his door as he heard his mom knock. Izuku, are you awake? Yeah, Mom, I'm awake, Izuku answered. Are you feeling any better today? Any change? Izuku's mom asked worriedly. She was aware that Izuku had to go through a lot in the past few days. Almost losing his life and being saved by All Might at the last second, the hospital. She wasn't sure if her boy was traumatized or taking this calmly at all. If it were her, she probably wouldn't be calm about it. Izuku looked at his body and sighed in relief before he answered back. Don't worry, Mom, I feel a lot better today. In the back of his mind, he was thankful that he lacked the arms that he had in his strange dream. As that's so, such words were music to her right now. Well, come out when you're ready, it's time for breakfast. Okay, Mom, Izuku replied as he began getting dressed. While preparing for school, Izuku couldn't help but feel happy knowing that it was All Might who came to his rescue. After finishing breakfast, Izuku got his stuff and headed for the door to put his shoes on. Izuku, have you got your lunch money? Yeah, Mom, I have it. Are you definitely sure you're feeling better? Mom, I told you that I'm okay. So please stop worrying, the boy replied. He was trying to sound calm, hoping to relay it back to his unsure mother. I'm sorry Izuku, it's just, I can't help but worry about you. She got a hug from her boy, just listening to him now. Don't worry about it, Mom, I'm perfectly fine. The doctor told you that I made a full recovery from my injuries. I may get lightheaded a few times, but it's nothing to worry about. Okay, I understand. She released the hug she had returned to him so he can be on his way. Anyways, have a nice day, honey. And make sure to call if you feel sick. Sure Mom, I'll see y'all later. Izuku placed his feet in his shoes and waved goodbye before leaving. Knowing that his mother was no longer carrying that little burden was enough to make him smile. Location: Tetuan Station. People were in a panic as a giant man with ears that are almost just holes, purple dreadlocks that were dark-colored, and a nose that was nearly aligned with his eyes rampaged about. He had a tattered jacket without sleeves and some pants on, but there was nothing hiding the physique he had as he roared in frustration, trying to intimidate everyone around him. His massive hand knocked down an electrical pole with ease, no remorse if it was to fall on some of the fleeing bystanders. Suddenly, a muscular man quickly ran over and grabbed the pole before it reached the ground. This hero was known as Death Arms, a man who carried out justice with great physical strength. He was the punching hero. After all the citizens reached a safe distance, another hero arrived into the scene. He shot out 2 water lines with his fire hydrant hands and created a no entry line with his water quirk. Everyone, this is dangerous. Stay back, said the hero who looked like a fireman. Wow, it's the rescue specialist, Backdraft. He's here too, said a chubby onlooker as he started taking pictures of the heroes. Backdraft was a hero who dressed up like a firefighter. He wore a yellow jacket and had a red firearm hat. He had a cannon on his shoulder which enabled him to shoot water, and he also had a red tank filled with water on his back. He protected his face with a white mask. Additional features included a red fire hydrant on each of his arms and he wore yellow sneakers. But man, that guy turning into a monster sure has an awesome quirk, said a civilian in business attire. What exactly did that guy do? Asked another civilian. Apparently, he stole someone's bag and went out of control when he got cornered, replied the civilian in business attire. Wow, a quirk like that and he's just a bag snatcher? Questioned the citizen. Izuku noticed the crowd and tried to push past the citizens to get a closer look. Even though he didn't have any powers, he loved studying about heroes and their different abilities. He would always get excited when a hero would fight off against villains and wrote about them in his notebook. Today was his lucky day as he was able to watch a battle right in front of his eyes. Who's fighting this time? Izuku questioned with excitement as he finally got into the front line. He watched as the giant was trying to hit a hero in a black unitard with a wooden mask over his face, but the hero was able to quickly get away with his ability to extend and retract his arm that looks to be made of wood. Wow, Kamui Woods, the young and talented rising star, exclaimed Izuku in an excited manner. Now that he had a better look, the hero had shoes, knee guards, and a belt all made of wood. Those wooden arms were actually gloves that reached past his forearm. You were the one asking, but you answered your own question, kid. You're quite the fanboy, aren't you? Asked an old man with white hair, a white mustache and brown glasses. He also wore a white shirt with brown pants and black shoes. He was also holding a bag which had several comic books, drawing equipment, magazines and newspaper. Izuku was confused since he looked like a foreigner from America. Well, hee. Izuku couldn't respond since the old man was spot on with his analysis. Izuku quickly turned back to see Kamui Woods getting ready to attack as he extended his right arm and started growing it. Oh, here it comes, exclaimed Izuku as he pointed at the fight. Everyone in the crowd cheered as Kamui Woods was about to unleash his attack. Izuku was feeling excited since he recognized the attack from television. Show us something flashy, tree man, said the old man. Preemptive, binding, lacquered chain prison, cheered Izuku as he watched Kamui Woods unleashed one of his strongest attack. His attack was so close to reaching the villain, but then, Canyon Cannon, yelled a woman who was tall as a building. She quickly flew in and delivered a double kick at the villain's face, surprising every single one of the citizens who were watching. Izuku felt disappointed, knowing that the move he was so eagerly waiting to see was useless, but he was still excited to see another hero come into the picture. Just as the villain finally fell and the lady stood up, a barrage of male photographers came in and started taking pictures. "Yeho, my name is MT. Lady, a pleasure to meet you all," said MT. Lady as she winked at the citizens. Of course it was to be expected. Along with the rise of superpowers came an explosive increase in crime. As the world was struck in the slow progress of drastic law reforms, courageous people started performing heroic acts straight out of comic books. Guarding against those who would abuse their superpowers and defending against evil. Heroes were soon accepted by the public, and it was established as an official position. Based on their performance, they are paid by the government and gain renown among the masses. Seeing the new hero, Izuku immediately started digging through his bag for his hero notebook. He immediately began taking down notes about her features, quirk and costume. Titan growth, Mount Lady, she looks like she'll be popular. It's an amazing quirk, but thinking about the damage to the city that'll go hand in hand with that, its use might be limited. No, but whether or not she can control the size, mumbled Izuku furiously as he carried on writing down on his notebook. Wow kid, those are some fancy notes you got there. Let me guess, you're aiming to be a hero ain't ya? Said the old man. Seeing the stars in Izuku's eyes, he felt like he could go far. Immediately after hearing his words, Izuku turned around to the man and smiled. Yes, sir, it's been my childhood dream, Izuku said in a nervous tone. Well then kid, good luck. It's not gonna be easy, but I'm sure you can do it. I'm rooting for ya. Hearing those words of encouragement, Izuku looked over to the old-timer and gave him a bright smile. Never in his life had he heard such words from anyone before, so he was feeling extremely happy about it. Gee, thank you, sir. I promise, I'll do my best. Izuku bowed his head. But you should probably get going kid, ain't you gonna be late? Izuku snapped back to reality and realized that he was already running late. Alright, thank you. Immediately afterwards, he placed his notebook back into his bag and started running towards his school. Few minutes later, I was too distracted and now I'm gonna be late. After a while of running, Izuku reached a tunnel under a bridge. He hid for a second as he noticed 3 guys in the tunnel who were smoking their cigarettes, 2 sitting down and the third was standing up. Wearing the same school uniform as his, Izuku was very aware of who those 3 were. The one standing was big and muscular with black hair. He also had a really intimidating face, a clean haircut with bushy eyebrows, a huge nose, and thick full lips. His name is Debu Pakari, the captain of the karate club. His toughness made him one of the strongest fighters in the school, and he took Aldera, their school, to the junior championships with his martial arts skills. But if he believes anyone is not strong, then he will not hesitate to step on them. The second boy was the leanest of the 3, but still built strong and muscular. The most noticeable feature was that he was part cheetah. His body was covered with orange, white and black colors, and he had the head of a cheetah. His name was Doji Teroi, the boxer with the fastest punches. Ever since he was little, he loved boxing and aimed to become one of the strongest boxers. His grades weren't the best and the guy takes a while to catch on to things, but when it came to boxing, he didn't slack off one bit. Similar to Debu, he hates people that are weak and picks on them to show off his masculinity. The last one was lightly tanned with short black hair and with long sideburns. He sported a defined and well-muscled build in the arms with a large belly, which was a perfect mixture of muscle and fat. His name is Deji Mandia and he was the last of the trio. Wanting no trouble, he decided it was best to just ignore them and take another route. But being pressed for time, there was no other choice if he was to get to school on time. Perhaps racing past them before they can do anything could work. Izuku carried on running into the tunnel, feeling the same sensation that he felt last night. Vision blurring at the slight headache, he felt something trip his leg just as he was about to get past them, causing him to fall down. Izuku slowly stood up and looked back to see that Debu was the one who had extended his foot. The other boys stood up, each with an evil grin on their face as they ditched their cigarettes. Izuku's face turned pale the moment he saw those guys staring at him. He dreaded the idea of their reasoning for tripping him. Well, if it isn't our old pal Midoriya, said Deku as he began walking towards Izuku. See, can I help you guys? Izuku asked nervously as the three boys stopped right in front of him. With Deku, Doji, and Deji each at the heights of 200, 193, and 195 centimeters respectively, they were very intimidating with their sizes and murderous stares. Yeah, I think you can, Deku said as he picked up Izuku by the collar and threw him against the wall. After slamming into the wall, Izuku slowly tried to get up, but his head started tingling again as the bully trio were approaching him. My head, I don't feel too good. Listen Midoriya, we're a bit low on cash today, so think you can lend us some? Deku asked as he placed his hand on Izuku's left shoulder and started squeezing it. Izuku began feeling uneasy. This reminded him of the time when the man spider drove him to a corner. I don't have any and I'm really running late, so I have to get going. Izuku raised his shaking hands, trying to get it over with fast. Come on Midoriya, surely you must have some money on ya. Be a pal and just give it to us. Deji spoke in a tone that was a mixture of fake friendliness and demanding. Of course, three of the most athletic guys in school also had to be the biggest jerks. And the teachers always looked past their mistakes since they were important to the school. Izuku had no idea what to do when he's trying to get to school while three of the toughest guys he's aware of wanted to pick on him. But I seriously don't have any. We tried asking the nice way, but it looks like you just won't listen, will ya, Midoriya? Guess we'll have to take it by force. Izuku felt a sharp pain in his head before getting punched in the gut by Deku. Izuku grabbed his stomach and started kneeling down gently. Hey Deku, how about you let me handle this one, My fists need the workout anyway, said Doji as he started cracking his knuckles. Deku and Deji simply smiled and took their distance. By all means, go right ahead. Just make sure it hurts, requested Deku as he stood against the wall. Yeah, show that quirkless punk who's boss, yelled Deji while Deku covered his ears. Deji had a slight problem with being loud when he was overexcited. Deku clenched his fist and smacked Deji on his head. Shut it, ya fat loudmouth. Just keep your mouth shut and enjoy the show. Deji simply nodded and the two watched as Izuku slowly started standing up. This day was going so well until these guys showed up. Now I'm gonna be late, get beaten up and lose my lunch money, thought Izuku before directing his attention to the tall boxer in front of him. But just then, Izuku grabbed his head as he felt his head throbbing again. He didn't know why his head has been feeling pain when danger was nearby. Doji put up his arms and got into a boxing position, ready to attack Izuku. With his swift movements, he showed off a few quick punches and tried to scare Izuku. However, Izuku wasn't paying attention since his head was throbbing so much. Alright, get ready to taste the thunder. Gee guys please, I really don't want to fight you guys. Can't blame ya, I wouldn't want to fight me neither, said Doji as he started making his way towards Izuku with his fists ready. Izuku glanced at Doji as he was slowly getting closer. After the two were at a close distance, Doji quickly tried a right jab. When his fist was about to come into contact with flesh, Izuku simply tilted his head to the left and dodged the attack, surprising the trio. The cheetah boxer immediately attempted a left jab, but Izuku recognized the attack and tilted his head to the right, causing the attack to miss as well. How did I do that? Did I just imagine it? And no, I just knew where his fist was going, Izuku thought to himself as he took a few steps back. How did he dodge that? I thought Midoriya was supposed to be a quirkless wimp. Whatever, I'll give him a quick 1-2 punch combo. Doji got his left leg on the front and right on the back. Izuku looked down at his stance and back to his opponent, as if he recognized what was coming. Doji lunged forward with his left jab. This time, Izuku raised his right arm and blocked his attack. Feeling frustrated, the boxer attempted a right cross to try and hit Izuku, catching the timid boy wincing for a second. Just as the attack was about to reach him, Izuku grabbed his right arm and started twisting it, causing Doji to yell in pain. Seeing the opportunity, Izuku clenched his fist and punched Doji directly on the chest, which sent him flying back. Debu and Deji watched as Doji flew straight towards them and crashed into the wall. What just happened? Debu questioned. The karate captain and the friend still standing looked back to see Izuku, who was shaking on the spot, who was just as confused about what was happening. Looks like we underestimated this bastard. We won't make the same mistake. Deji saw that Izuku was distracted and started running towards him. Hey, there's no way that he can escape from me now. Once I grab him, I'll squeeze the life out of him. Izuku was still shaking, but his head felt a tingling sensation. Without even knowing, Izuku jumped over Doji. Debu and Deji's eyes widened in surprise when they saw Izuku do a front flip in the air. After landing on the ground, Izuku started looking at his own body in confusion. How did I? My body just reacted on its own. I thought he was quirkless. Don't tell me that's just natural talent. Whatever, I've got to take him down now. Deji thought. He started running towards Izuku with his arms spread wide. Izuku's head began tingling again as Deji was getting closer. He's running towards me again. I don't know what to do. How am I supposed to dodge this? Think. Izuku closed his eyes, but he immediately remembered something. Page 21, in my 6th notebook. When a large enemy is charging directly at you, use their weight against them. Just as Deji was about to grab Izuku, his target immediately crouched to the ground and covered his head with his arms. Because of Deji's speed, he tripped over Izuku and rolled towards the wall until his face met it. Deji slowly fell on his back, losing a few teeth as well, a perfect print of Deji's face on the wall for everyone still standing to see. I can't actually believe that worked. Izuku was nervously smiling at his accomplishment. Debu couldn't keep his mouth closed, disbelief at what he just witnessed. The weakest kid in the entire school without a quirk, defeated 2 tough guys with minimum effort. Izuku looked like an easy picking to him, but he was more than meets the eye. Fuck this, I'm gonna kill that bastard. Izuku was still confused as to what was happening, but his head began tingling once again. Debu was already behind Izuku with his arms spread wide, ready to grab Izuku. Now you're mine. Izuku's head continued tingling as Debu got closer. Without even knowing it, Izuku tried to jump over Debu to escape. But just as he was about to jump over him, Debu grabbed Izuku's leg and slammed him to the ground. The pain caused him to gasp. Where do you think you're going? With my quirk, I have the ability to tell what moves my opponent will make next. Debu boasted. Not good. What do I do? I can't take him head on. He can predict my moves. Izuku slowly stood up and raised his fists, quivering pitifully in front of his current enemy. Debu could hardly see how Izuku was able to take down his other friends. I don't understand. When you fought against Doji and Deji, you were pulling off some great moves. So what the hell am I looking at now, Midoriya? What, you think you can take me down as easily? Debu began charging towards Izuku, his voice oozing with rage. He's coming. I don't know what to do. Think. He's a strong martial artist with a quirk that allows him to predict his opponent's moves. There's nothing I can do to counterattack him with. Debu reached Izuku and threw a punch. The inexperienced boy recognized the attack and tried to dodge. Again, Debu predicted Izuku's move by unclenching his fist, grabbing the victim's shoulder and landing the real punch directly on Izuku's face. After the punch, Debu grabbed Izuku by his collar and threw him towards the wall. I knew it. You're nothing but a quirkless failure. I'll admit, I'm impressed that you were able to defeat those 2 idiots, but no one has beaten me yet. Boasted Debu as he clicked his knuckles and started walking towards Izuku. Izuku slowly began standing up again, but he was in a lot of pain, covering his wounded face with his hand. I'm scared. I can still feel the pain from his punches, my body still remembers his strength. Izuku turned to Debu and watched as he slowly made his way towards him. Izuku was shaking after he saw the overwhelming glare that met him. No, I can't be afraid. I have to think of a way to beat him. Izuku held up his fists once again, but he was still shaking. You know, You brought this upon yourself. If you'd just give us the money, we would have never hurt you in the first place. But now, I'm done wasting my time with you. Debu's volume grew with each word as he charged at Izuku. Izuku watched as Debu was running towards him. Instead of waiting, the scared boy ran towards him as well. Debu was surprised that Izuku actually mustered the courage to fight back, but he wasn't particularly worried about it. After the gap was closed, a trembling fist was thrown towards the karate captain's face. Are you kidding me, Midoriya? I don't even need my quirk to block that one. Debu raised his right arm and stopped Izuku's left fist from reaching his face. You missed. However, Debu's smirk didn't last long as he felt an intense pain in the pit of his stomach. He looked down and noticed that Izuku's right fist was there. As expected, most guys are afraid of getting hit in the face. So he would have never seen my second punch coming, thought Izuku. How did you? That was the Yamazuki, questioned Debu. Page 4, Hero Notebook number 7. I remember in Gunhead's training video that some opponents can read your moves, so in order to defeat them, I need to use moves that they aren't familiar with. Debu can predict moves, but judging from the way he attacks and moves, he's trained to follow the karate tournament moves. Meaning he would have never expected this attack, thought Izuku. Debu quickly tried to punch Izuku, but he quickly backed away in time. Through his opponent's punch, Debu almost fell to one knee as the pain was spreading through his body. Where did that strength came from in that little body? I instinctively defended my face and it made my lower guard vulnerable. The experienced fighter grabbed his stomach and stumbled back. Not wanting to take any more chances, he ran towards Izuku. After he got in range, he attempted to punch the timid boy again, unaware that his speed had decreased from being winded like that. His attacks became sluggish. Now's my chance. Determination on his face, Izuku dodged the attack and grabbed the larger guy's arm. Using the force of his punch, Izuku pulled Debu and threw him on the ground. With that last attack, Debu was finally down for the count. After the attack, Izuku slowly took a few steps back, but after realizing what he did, he lost all strength in his legs. He single-handedly took down 3 of the strongest people in his school using strategy and skill. I did it. I actually beat all 3 of them. I won. Izuku stood up and took a few steps back before clenching his head was still pounding. He immediately took out his phone and saw the time. Oh no, class started 10 minutes ago. I'm late. Without even looking back, Izuku grabbed his belongings and began running towards his school in a hurry. Aldera High School. Reality was harsh for Izuku. He was picked on by a lot of students who had quirks. Their quirks were useful for a lot of hero activities, but sadly, note-taking wasn't going to have any role when it came to heroics. After reaching school, Izuku went to the teacher's office to explain about why he was late. Hearing his story about being caught in the tunnel by the 3 bullies, the teachers seemed to have either turned a blind eye or just didn't believe that he was being bullied by 3 of their top sports members. The teachers instructed Izuku to go to the nurse's office to take care of his cuts and bruises and gave him a warning that next time he is late, it'll be detention for him. While he was on his way there, he also wondered if they'll allow him to rest since his head was still pounding. After reaching the nurse's office, he looked around the room to see that no one was there. Since there wasn't anyone to ask for permission, he decided to head towards the bed to get some rest. Upon laying down, he started thinking about what happened to him back at the tunnel. What happened to me? Back then, my body reacted on its own. It was as if I saw their moves ahead of them. I don't know how I managed to dodge them. I just don't understand. Izuku's eyes finally closed as he drifted off to sleep. Later, Izuku woke up again and noticed that it was nearly lunchtime. His stomach began growling as he got out of bed. He looked around for a few medical supplies and covered a few of his bruises, but most of them were still visible. Looks like Miss Ayumi still isn't here yet. Oh, well, I should get something to eat. Izuku put his shoes back on and started to make his way towards the school store. He was definitely feeling a lot better compared to the morning since his headache was gone and his face wasn't sore anymore, as if the bruises had miraculously healed while he was asleep. School store. After pushing through all the students, Izuku finally managed to get himself a yakisoba bread. Buying lunch was difficult for him since all the students would use their quirks secretly to push, steal, and fight for the remaining food whenever teachers and staff are not looking. Luckily for Izuku, he managed to dodge all the chaos and got away in time. Finally, now I can enjoy some lunch and check out this morning's. His sentence was cut short when he accidentally bumped into someone. Izuku fell back and dropped his yakisoba. He tried to reach for it, but the person in front of him already grabbed it. He looked up to see a young man of average height, with light blonde, spiky hair and red eyes, wearing a black Gakurin uniform as well. Beside him were two other male students. It was more surprising since one of them had extremely long fingers as a quirk. Kachin. Izuku looked over to his childhood friend, actually once childhood friend. His name was Bakugo Katsuki, a kid who Izuku grew up with, but as time went on, their friendship began breaking apart. After Bakugo's quirk manifested, he never failed to make Izuku feel miserable about himself because of the difference in their level. But even after all the harsh treatment Izuku had to endure, he didn't feel any anger towards Bakugo. Instead, he still wished that they could become friends like they used to. "Oi, Deku, what the fuck do you think you're doing, huh?" questioned Bakugo. Izuku stood up and slowly scratched his head in panic. "And nothing really. I was just about to have lunch, so if you don't mind, can I have my yakiso?" Bakugo turned his attention to the bread in his hand. He simply smirked before blowing it into a burnt mess. Izuku watched as his bread turned into charcoal and Bakugo dropped it on the ground. My lunch." Izuku slowly reached out to his burnt bread and picked it up. Everyone around him began laughing as they watched Izuku pitifully pick up his burnt lunch. Izuku was on the verge of tears, but he simply clenched his fist and held it in. "What? I just heated it up for ya." "Well, go on. Eat it," demanded Bakugo. What? "Yeah, Midoriya, eat it." Izuku looked around and everyone was chanting that he should eat it. Of course, he had no intention of eating it since it was turned into a crisp, but with everyone pressuring him to eat and Bakugo's threatening quirk, it seemed like he didn't have much of a choice. As the people were still chanting, his head was starting to throb again as Bakugo was getting closer. "No, not now," thought Izuku as he grabbed his head. "That's enough with this savagery." Everyone directed their attention to the source of voice. Izuku turned back to see who it was, but when he found out, even he couldn't believe it. She was a real beauty. She had a slim figure with long purple hair and wore glasses to cover her crystal blue eyes. She was wearing a black winter sailor uniform with long sleeves and a black skirt. Her name was Sayuri Mitsuko, the class president of Class 2A. She was pretty much the center of attention in school. She had the great looks, grades, wealth and even a powerful quirk. With her confident attitude, she was the girl who stole the hearts of both males and females alike. "What the hell do you want? Can't you see we're in the middle of something, rich girl?" Bakugo snapped as he turned back to Izuku. Just as Bakugo was about to grab Izuku, a purple barrier appeared in front of him. Everyone turned back to Sayuri and saw her eyes and hands glowing purple. All the other students took a step back as soon as they saw Sayuri use her quirk. Her quirk was called Force Field. She could create purple walls to defend herself and others from any type of attacks. She could also throw her force fields as if they were projectiles. People started to talk in low voices among themselves, confusion clearly heard in what bits and pieces Izuku could make out. "See, class president, why is she defending Midoriya?" wondered another student. "Leave Izuku alone," Sayuri warned. Bakugo turned to her with an angry glare. He raised his hands and created a few mini explosions. Bakugo and Sayuri gave each other a stare down before walking towards each other. All the other students quickly backed off since they knew that two strong quirk users were about to collide with each other. "Fucking bitch. And what the fuck are you gonna do if I don't? Your quirk is nothing compared to mine. You're nothing but an extra. Just what the hell do you think you can do?" threatened Bakugo. "I have no intention of wasting my time with this trivial matter. I'd rather not protect this little weakling, but this school has forbidden fighting on campus. You of all people should know the difference in our power. Are you really going to try and test me?" questioned Sayuri as her eyes began glowing purple. All the students around them began chatting as the two were ready to brawl. Who do you think will win? I don't know, but I don't want to hang around when they use their quirks. Bakugo doesn't stand a chance against our Sayuri, cheered a girl. Bakugo's quirk is extremely powerful, but I heard that Sayuri's quirk makes her untouchable, not to mention her barriers are unbreakable. I'd say both are strong, but I'm putting my money on Sayuri. Just as the fight was about to begin, Bakugo turned around and started walking away in frustration since he didn't have the nerve to attack her. Let's go. I'm done wasting my time with this bitch. Bakugo walked off and his two friends quickly followed after him. Sayuri immediately turned her attention to Midoriya, who was breathing heavily since his head was still in pain. She walked over to him and offered him a hand. Are you okay? Izuku looked up to see Sayuri offering her hand. He paused for a moment, then accepted her offer and stood up. Why yeah, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me, replied Izuku. Sayuri looked away and crossed her arms. I just hate guys like Bakugo. Using his powers to pick on others is just barbaric. So don't think I was helping you because of that sorry state you're in. Sayuri's eyes were gazing at the bandages on Izuku's face and the hands that held his burnt bread. Did that wild animal cover your face in bruises too? No, I had a little accident on my way to school. Come on. Let's go. Where are we going? Asked Izuku. To the nurse's office. I can clearly tell you're not feeling well, and it would be a stain on myself to not see to it that a student gets proper medical treatment. I was at the nurse's office already, but Miss Ayumi wasn't there, Izuku replied. That's because there was an emergency club meeting for the girls' basketball team. She was busy all morning. I'm sure she's back in her office by now, Sayuri said as she carried on walking. Without responding, Izuku agreed and started walking with her to the nurse's office. All the other boys and girls were clenching their fists in anger as they watched the school's most popular girl, walking with the weakest guy in school. Damn, that Midoriya, why does he get to be so lucky? I swear, if he even thinks about soiling our princess, I will crush him myself. On the way to the nurse's office, Izuku was still confused about why Sayuri wanted to help Izuku. Izuku continued to follow, dampening the silence between them with a conversation. Sayuri, she looked back to Izuku, who was still holding his head. What is it, Midoriya? Asked Sayuri. Well, I just wanted to say thank you for helping me earlier. If it weren't for you, I would probably be eating burnt bread. Don't thank me, Sayuri replied. I was only doing what was natural since it's guys like Bakugo I hate the most. Creeps like him think that they're the best just because they have a strong quirk, using it for all sorts of disgusting things. I wouldn't want to waste my time in such trivial affairs, but it's my duty as a class president to have to help any students who needs it. Despite her protection on other students, it was never out of kindness. Despite many students being head over heels for Sayuri, she never showed any positive attitude towards others. I see. You've helped so many of us all by yourself with your powers. I really wish I could have been like you, but I'm quirkle. But before Izuku could finish his sentence, Sayuri stopped walking and turned to Izuku. Izuku froze up as he saw her annoyed expression. If that was a compliment, you need to think of one for yourself first, since it feels like you're handing me something disgusting. Do you think quirks are the only thing that makes us special? Sayuri's question made Izuku wonder, as he was always focused on people for their quirks. Quirks are just additions, more responsibility added to our lives. I help people not because I want to but because I have to. It's what's expected of me as someone who has this quirk in this position, explained Sayuri, which made Izuku feel guilty. I'm sorry, I guess I was so focused on your quirks that I failed to see the user first. Izuku nervously apologized. Hearing the sincerity in his voice, she turned her back on Izuku again. Don't worry about it, but I hear that you're different beyond the fact you're quirkless. You're without some form of power, yet you always make sure that those around you are not hurt, even if you have to take the brunt for them. It's kind of like a hero, isn't it? Izuku flinched at those words. Where did she hear that? Remember Midoriya, it's not about doing what you want, it's about doing what's right. As long as you can follow that, you can become powerful in your own right. Sayuri kept her back facing him as she walked ahead. Izuku was taken back when he heard those words from Sayuri herself. To say something encouraging to him was a bit of a surprise. After getting close to the nurse's office, Sayuri instructed Izuku to get himself fixed up and return to the rest of his classes. Nurse's office. Well, my scanner doesn't see anything wrong with you. I don't understand, my head felt like it was gonna burst earlier, replied Izuku. Well, if you feel like resting, go ahead, the bed is free. Thank you, Miss Ayumi. Miss Ayumi Kasai was one of the school's infirmary nurses and she was also the coach for the girls' basketball team. Even though she was shy sometimes, she always showed off a cheerful attitude towards the students. She stood at 5'9", wearing a white coat with a purple shirt underneath. She also had a black skirt with leggings and red high heels to complete her image. Ayumi had long yellowish-brown hair and blue eyes, and with her slim figure, she was one of the goddesses of the school. Boys would often fake their injuries just to see her, but with the help of quirk, scan, she had the ability to scan anything. With one glance, she can identify a person's illness, condition and attitude. With the help of her quirk, she was able to help all the students with any type of illnesses. She was also like a mother to many students. If anyone ever needed to speak about anything, she was the first person they wanted to speak to. Well, I took care of all your wounds and bruises. So tell me, Midoriya, is it just a headache you come for or is it something else? Asked Ayumi. Izuku completely forgot that Ayumi had the ability to tell how a person was feeling. I noticed how you were feeling pretty down about yourself today, more than usual. It's nothing, really. You know I probably don't need my quirk to know that something's bugging you, Midoriya. Please don't feel hesitant to talk to me, but I won't burden you if you don't wish to. Izuku felt touched by her words and smiled before looking at the ground. He sighed before looking over to Ayumi and smiled. Thank you, Miss Ayumi. The truth is, it's about getting into UA. Izuku confessed. Ayumi was actually surprised about it. She had no idea that he was trying to get into one of the highest-ranking school in the world. Miss Ayumi, the truth is that I've been feeling down because up until now I was still confident in myself and my chosen path. Within these last few days, the negative confrontation that surrounds me has had an impact far too close than ever before. Even without a quirk, I did my best to do as much as I can, but at times, it just isn't enough. Izuku scratched the back of his head as he gave off a light laugh. I just have a desire inside me to do more than what I can now. But sometimes, I just can't help but think, what if I had a quirk? It would probably be at an extreme opposite end, said Izuku, but then Ayumi placed her hand on his. Even though he told Ayumi, he was expecting the same reaction from her as well. No one ever believed that he had a chance to get into a UA because he was quirkless. Izuku didn't want to accept the reality and carried on chasing after his dreams even though everyone rejected them. Well, I think you can do it. Izuku looked at her with a surprised expression. Hearing nothing but insults all day, he couldn't help but feel like crap. But hearing Ayumi's words, it sparked a light in him. Really? Of course. But you need to remember that it's not going to be easy for someone in your situation. UA is one of the highest-ranking schools in the world and acceptance rate are extremely low. No doubt, people told you that you couldn't get into UA without a quirk. Ayumi kindly replied. Izuku looked away since she was right. Everyone told him that it was impossible for him to become a hero without powers. Don't let others discourage you, Midoriya. After all, a hero needs more than just a quirk. They need to have the heart to put their life on the line for the sake of others. As long as you can do that, you can become a hero. Encouraged Ayumi. Oh okay, I promise to do my best, said Izuku with a bright smile on his face. And who knows, maybe you'll save my life one day. Ayumi and Izuku shared a laugh before he left for his class. In class, soon after his trip to the nurse's office, Izuku returned to his class for his final period. After entering the classroom, he was greeted with a few angry stares since the students weren't happy that the most popular girl in the school was defending Midoriya. Izuku tried to ignore their glare and sat down in his seat since the teacher entered. causing all the students to return to their own seats. All right, settle down. Now today I have an important subject to talk to you kids about, the teacher announced as he started writing on the chalkboard. Most of the students already knew what the teacher was going to talk about, bringing excitement to the room. Since you're all third years, it's time for you to think seriously about your future. I'm gonna pass some handouts for your future plans now, but no doubt you're all planning on going into the hero course, aren't you? The answer to the adult was obvious as the students all cheered and started showing off their quirks. There were all kinds of quirks to see, such as long hair, rock body, bloated face, breathing fire, long neck, mist, sharp hand and many more. The only one who was showing some embarrassed face instead of a quirk was Izuku. With many of his classmates mocking him for being quirkless, he wondered how someone who can pull their eyeballs out of their head can be better than him. Sensei, don't lump us all in the same group. I'm not gonna be stuck at the bottom with the rest of these rejects. Bakugo spoke up in a cocky tone. Hey, that was uncalled for, Katsuki, yelled the other students, not wanting to be looked down on. Oh please, you all should shut up like the extras you are. Bakugo snapped back in the same volume. Oh yeah, you wanted to go into the UA, right, Bakugo? All the students were stunned when they heard the teacher's question. It led to multiple not-so-quiet murmurs as well. UAA, that national school, it was the top school for the past few years, you know. I heard their acceptance rates are always really low, too. And that's exactly why you guys are nothing but extras. Bakugo jumped onto his desk and looked around, grinning. I aced the mock test. I'm the only one at this school who could possibly get into UAA. And I'll definitely surpass All Might and become the top hero. My name's gonna be inscribed on the list of top earners. Bakugo's confidence intimidated the other students. It was to the point he almost looked insane with his expressions. It also says here that Midoriya wants to get into UA as well. Bakugo turned white upon the teacher's nonchalant words and slowly turned to look at Izuku, who was trying to hide his face. Izuku slowly started looking up to see that everyone was looking at him. Silence lingered for a few seconds before everyone bursted into laughter. What, are you being serious, Midoriya? No way, you can't just get into the hero course just by studying. But they got rid of that rule. Sure, there's no precedent. Izuku would have finished his sentence had his head not started feeling a dull throb echoing through. Bakugo jumped to his desk and destroyed the top of it with a small explosion, the force sending Izuku to the back of the class. Oi, Deku, get it through your weak skull, you're below the reject. You're quirkless. What makes you think that you can even stand in the same ring as me? Bakugo growled while charging a few tiny explosions in his palms. And no, wait, Kachan, I'm not trying to compete with you or anything, believe me. Izuku backed up closer to the wall, trying to battle between the throbbing pain in his head and the scary figure approaching him, palms shimmering with smoke. It's just that it's been my goal ever since I was little. And it's just, I won't know unless I try. What I mean, unless you try. Are you taking the test for fun? Bakugo questioned as he showed off a few tiny explosions in his hands. Izuku just started shaking as he saw the glares given by everyone, presenting their quirks and supporting what is appearing to be a monster in front of him. Izuku gripped his head, the pain beating as fast as his own heart. He was unable to speak up. Just what do you think that you can do? You're quirkless. Bakugo sneered as he was walking closer to Izuku, a few mini explosions dancing in his hands. Bakugo, that's enough. The teacher's words were like the pair of wire cutters, diffusing the bomb that was about to explode. And Izuku, maybe it's time you consider what's realistic. The student snickered some more as Izuku slowly stood up and made his way to his burnt desk, clutching his head. Izuku had been wondering why he would constantly receive headaches at the most inconvenient of times, but seeing the state of his desk seemed to have shoved those thoughts and the headache aside. Izuku sat down and had a few seconds of peace before the teacher carried on with his lesson. After class, with the bell sounding to send everyone home, people were talking and gathering their things while Izuku stayed behind, reading all the news about the fight between MT Lady and the giant villain at the Teituan station. The incident today is all over the headlines. I wanna hurry up and go home so I can write it down in my notebook. Izuku thought as he was about to put his notebook into his bag, but then Bakugo pulled it out of his hands. You and I aren't done talking just yet, Deku. Bakugo yelled angrily, intimidating Izuku. Hey Bakugo, what's that? Asked another student behind Bakugo. Bakugo turned the notebook around and showed it off to the other two students. Huh, hero analysis for the future. Seriously, Midoriya. It's fine, isn't it? Please, just give it back. Izuku tried to recover his notebook, but Bakugo pulled it away from him. He needed that notebook, it was his only chance to be a hero. Bakugo looked over the book smirking and burnt it with his quirk. That's mean. Bakugo didn't care for his action and tossed the burnt notebook out of the window. Most top first-string heroes have stories about them from their school days, and they all say the same thing. I came from an average middle school and I was the first and only to get in. I want the shine of being able to be called the only students to make it into UA from this mediocre city junior high school. I mean, I'm a perfectionist by nature, said Bakugo. So petty. Bakugo walked over to Izuku and placed his hand on his shoulder as his hand was beginning to release smoke. Izuku was nervously shaking while Bakugo gave him a sinister smile. So anyway, don't apply to UA, nerd, said Bakugo as he started walking away, intimidation complete. Sheesh, he didn't have the backbone to say anything back. Don't say that, he's pathetic, he still can't face reality even though he's in his third year. If you want to be a hero that badly, there's a quicker way to do it. Believe that you'll be born with a quirk in your next life and take a last chance dive off the roof. Mocked Bakugo, but that was the last straw. Izuku quickly turned to Bakugo with a serious face, but Bakugo showed off a few explosions in his hand and smirked. What? Asked Bakugo, daring him to say something, causing Izuku to back off. After the three kids left the room, Izuku just clenched his fists as tears were starting to roll down his eyes. He immediately wiped off the tears and grabbed his bag as he got ready to go home. Idiot, even I'm not that desperate to get a quirk that I resort to suicide. How could he even say such a thing? Izuku thought as he carried on walking. A small splashing noise to his right distracted him and he sighed, seeing his now badly burnt notebook floating in the water, surrounded by fish trying to eat it. Sorry little guys, this isn't fish food. Izuku picked up his book from the water container. As he looked at the book in his hands, he couldn't help but remember some of the things he had to go through. All of his memories started flooding back to him. He remembered how the doctor told him that he would be unable to receive a quirk and that it was impossible for him to be a hero. Even after asking his mother if he could become a hero, he remembered how she held him closely while crying as she told him, "I'm sorry Izuku, I'm sorry," cried Izuku's mom as she held her son. She couldn't help but blame herself for her son's misfortune and didn't know what to say. All she could do was apologize, even though those were not the words that Izuku wanted to hear. Izuku closed his eyes and sighed, pushing the memories away. She could never understand. Musudafu City, tunnel. Izuku carried on walking until he reached the same tunnel where he fought the three goons in the morning. Luckily for him, the police already took them to custody, so he didn't have to worry about seeing them again anytime soon. Before he walked into the tunnel, he stopped and started thinking about his past. Izuku was discouraged ever since he was little because he didn't have a quirk, but after remembering Sayuri and Ayumi's words, he felt a lot better. I decided back then that I will become a hero. And with Sayuri and Miss Ayumi's words, I can do it. I won't care what people tell me, I'll hold my head up high and move forward towards my dream. Izuku started walking through, laughing and waving his fist up high, but all that stopped when his head started feeling a tingling sensation once again. He turned around to see a giant amount of green sludge escaping through the sewers, gathering behind him and growing taller. A villain, here of all places. Why do I have such bad luck when it comes to walking through tunnels? A medium-sized invisibility cloak, the sludge monster said. After getting out of the sewer, the sludge monster pounced onto Izuku in hopes of capturing him. Izuku froze on the spot, but just as the sludge monster was about to touch him, he performed a backflip and got out of the way just in the nick of time, surprising the villain and himself. Not bad kid, you're quite agile. Izuku was slowly backing off, but the sludge monster extended his arm in hopes of grabbing him. Seeing the attack heading his way, Izuku quickly jumped towards the wall. Izuku was still unsure how he was able to dodge all the villain's attack, but relieved that he was able to escape. The sludge villain was more surprised at what he was seeing. In front of him, the young high schooler's hands and feet were attached to wall. "I've got you now," cried the villain as he extended both of his arms. Once Izuku saw the incoming attack, he bounced off the wall and stuck himself to the top of the tunnel. Both Izuku and the sludge villain were surprised at what they saw. He had no idea how, but he was actually sticking to the wall. "Wait a sec, am I stuck on the wall?" Izuku never had a chance to finish his sentence because the sludge monster took the opportunity while he was distracted and grabbed his leg. Izuku got pulled off the roof and slammed into the ground before getting pounced on by the sludge villain. The sludge monster slowly began to cover Izuku and made sure he was immobilized. The sludge was covering his mouth, making it impossible for him to breathe or escape. "Don't worry, kid, I'm just gonna take over your body. Calm down, this'll only hurt for 45 seconds, you'll feel better soon." "I gotta admit, for a kid, those were some flashy moves you pulled off." Izuku was trying his best to dig the sludge that was covering his mouth, but it wasn't working. "Sorry kid, but you can't grab me, I'm fluid. But anyways, thanks for the help. You're my hero. I had no idea that he had come to this city. Can't breathe. I'm losing all strength. Is this how I die?" Izuku's eyes were beginning to shed tears as the last thing he saw before passing out was a sketch of his hero costume. His hands stopped struggling and his eyes were beginning to close. "Someone, help me. Fear not, young man. For I am here." The sludge monster turned to the source of the voice and saw All Might wearing a white t-shirt, brown baggy pants and black shoes. "Not you again," yelled the sludge monster. "Unhand the boy." "As you wish." The sludge monster quickly tossed away Izuku from his body and escaped. All Might wanted to go after him, but he wanted to prioritize Izuku's safety first. He ran forward and caught Izuku before he landed on the ground. "He looks okay. Luckily, he's still breathing." All Might looked around and noticed a notebook on the ground with a picture of hero costume in it. A while later, All Might was lightly slapping Izuku's face at a rapid speed, trying to wake him up. After a while of slapping, Izuku's eyes were finally beginning to open. "Oh, thank goodness, you're okay." All Might took a few steps back. Izuku's face was frozen in shock once he realized that the man who saved him was none other than All Might, the hero he admired ever since he was just a young kid. He immediately crawled back in surprise since he couldn't believe what he was seeing. "Good to see you're okay, young man. Sorry about getting you caught up in my villain fighting. I don't usually make mistakes like this, but I was in high spirits on my day off in a new place." All Might said before giving off a light laugh. Izuku was still dazed at what he was seeing. The number one hero, All Might. I seriously can't believe this, the real deal standing right in front of me. He looks so different in person. Oh, right, an A autograph. Where's my notebook? Izuku started frantically looking around for his burnt notebook until he found it in front of All Might. He rushed over to the notebook to find an empty page to get an autograph, but as soon as he opened his book, it already had All Might's signature with a drawing of his eyes. He already did it. Izuku closed his notebook and started bowing frantically. Thank you very much. It'll be an heirloom, a family treasure." "Okay, well, I'm glad to see that you're okay, young man. But now I must get going. The villain that attacked you is still out there and I must catch him before he harms any other civilians." All Might began to stretch as he was getting ready to leave. Izuku stopped bowing and looked over to All Might as he was getting ready to leave. Wait. I have so many questions to ask, so many things to say. All Might, wait. All Might stopped stretching and turned to Izuku. Yes, I never got a chance to thank you for saving my life against the mutant spider. My name is Izuku Midoriya. Ah yes, now I remember. You're the young man from the mutant spider incident. How is your injury? Asked All Might. Izuku turned to his shoulder as he remembered the night once again. I'm fine. I get a few headaches now and then, along with a few hallucinations, but the doctor says I'll be fine. answered Izuku nervously. Ah, that's good to hear. Good to see you made a full recovery. But hallucinations? Oh right, I just had a crazy day. And I got attacked by a few thugs, got picked on at school and nearly killed by a sludge villain. I had a weird hallucination that I had 6 arms and I was stuck to the wall like a spider. Joked Izuku, but All Might turned his smile into a serious expression after hearing those words. Luckily for me, it was just a dream, said Izuku, which brought a sigh of relief for All Might. Izuku then turned to All Might. But, I was also wondering if I could ask you something. Requested Izuku as he nervously scratched his hair. Okay, but please make it quick. I am a busy man and I must catch that villain quickly. Izuku was hesitant at first, but then he clenched his notebook and asked. Can I become a hero, even if I don't have a quirk? All Might was taken back by the question, since it was the first time anyone had ever asked him such a thing. Without a quirk? Yes, the truth is that because I don't have a quirk, I'm always made fun of. Maybe that's why. I don't know, but I think saving people is super cool. To be able to rescue people with a fearless smile, I aim to become a great hero, just like you. And that's why I need to know, can I become a hero even if I don't have a quirk? There was a brief moments of silence before All Might smiled and looked over to the nervous boy. Izuku was patiently waiting for his answer. So you're aiming to be a hero but you don't have a quirk. I have to say, fanboy, you are dreaming big. And that's good, since our dreams can motivate us to accomplish anything. Izuku was feeling happy since it felt like All Might was encouraging him. However, All Might's smile turned into a serious expression. But, this is not something you can achieve. In our world of superheroes, we are always risking our lives, fighting against foes that cannot be beaten without power. You can push yourself to the human limit, I don't think it would be enough to keep up with what we face. Explained All Might, which froze Izuku on the spot. Therefore, I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. Hearing those words from the hero he admired so much, felt like a bullet had pierced his body, leaving a hole that could never be filled. He always had dreamed, hoped and wished to become a hero even though he lacked a quirk, but all hope was crushed after hearing the truth from All Might himself. I see. Do not be discouraged, young man. If you want to help others, then you can always pursue a career as a police officer. They're often teased because they get villains delivered to their doorstep, but that is also a fine occupation. All Might turned around and got ready to leave, but he knew that his words had left a scar on Izuku. It is not bad to dream. But you also have to consider what's realistic, young man. Now then, I must be going. I'm counting on your continued support. Farewell. Izuku simply watched as All Might leapt a great distance and vanished in an instant. All Might turned back to see Izuku one last time and saw his head hanging low from his response. I'm sorry, young man. But I'm afraid that is the reality we face. If not from me, then you would have realized it sooner or later. Now I must catch that villain before it's too late. I'm sure I don't have much time before. All Might coughed a little before his body began to emit smoke. No, not now. Izuku was standing still, not being able to move after hearing All Might's words. Without even realizing it, tears began to roll down his eyes as he clenched onto his notebook. He wiped off his tears and looked at his notebook as All Might's words were flowing through his mind again. Therefore, I cannot simply say, you can become a hero even without power. I guess I heard from the pro himself. I guess it really was impossible. Izuku began walking home, sulking. It was one misfortune after another for him. He got attacked by thugs, he got picked on by Bakugo, his notebook got fried, he got attacked by a villain, and now the hero admired crushed his dreams. Tetuan Shopping District. Izuku was walking on the sidewalk while going through his hero notes, not minding what was in front of him. Flicking through the pages, more memories began to return. He still can't face reality, even though he's already a third year in junior high. It's time for you to think seriously about your future. You have to consider what's realistic. Why am I crying now? I already knew this entire time. But even though I knew the truth, I was trying so desperately to look away from it. Averting my eyes, not looking at reality. He was about to head into the convenience store when a sudden explosion from the east got his attention. He saw that a crowd was gathered near the explosion. Everyone was trying to get a view of what was going on. Is there some kind of villain there? Oh, if so, there could be a new hero there too. Just as he was about to walk over to the crowd, he hesitated as he remembered All Might's words. I shouldn't bother, it's not like there's any point anymore. Izuku couldn't help but feel as though he was about to miss an opportunity at seeing a new hero, so he decided to go anyway. I'll only watch for a second, besides I'm sure it's almost over. His eyes widened the moment he saw the villain. Right in front of his eyes was the same sludge villain that attacked him back in the tunnel. With a burning battlefield and explosions everywhere, it was complete chaos as the villain was flailing his gigantic sludge arms. I don't get it. Wasn't All Might after him? Don't tell me he lost, thought Izuku. Izuku looked around to see heroes trying to fight back and reduce damage while fighting back against the villain. Backdraft was firing water off his fire hydrant arms to stop the fire in the buildings, while Kamui Woods and Mount Lady were rescuing civilians from the fire and debris. Death Arms and Hitchcock Doodle were just standing while the sludge monster was surrounding himself around a kid. Why aren't the heroes doing anything? Asked a civilian. They can't. Apparently the villain caught a junior high schooler. What's even worse is that he's been stuck like that for a while now, replied another civilian, which surprised Izuku. A junior high schooler. How can they survive the suffocation? Izuku turned back to the sludge villain to get a closer look. After getting a better look, he realized that it was a familiar face. Gee, that's Kachan. He's in trouble. Hey, wait a sec, wasn't that the villain that All Might was after? All Might? No way, is he actually here? Yeah, he was around here earlier. Seriously? Then where is he? The heroes could really use his help right now. Izuku turned back to the sludge monster and saw the struggle that Bakugo was going through to escape, but it was all fruitless as the sludge had covered most of his body except his eyes and nose. Someone has to do something. Kachan won't survive if someone doesn't help him, thought Izuku as he watched Bakugo struggle against the sludge villain. And no, a hero will surely arrive. Someone will come and defeat that sludge villain, then Kachan will be safe. And then it's all going to be alright, thought Izuku as he turned his back and was about to walk away. A real hero will arrive and save the day. Do your best. I'm sorry. I help people not because I want to but because I have to. Izuku stopped moving as he remembered Sayuri's words. As a hero, you need to have the heart to put your life on the line for the sake of others. Izuku clenched his hero notebook before turning back to the sludge villain. He watched as the sludge was about to completely swallow up Bakugo, but then, the trapped boy showed an expression of despair, showing how scared he was. As long as you can do that, I know you can do it. Seeing the expression on his face, Izuku dropped his notebook and started running towards them. The heroes and civilians all gasped when they saw the young school kid running towards the villain without hesitation. But it was no easy task since Izuku began feeling a headache the moment he got closer to the villain. You can become a hero. Kid, stop. Are you crazy? Death Arms cried as he tried to reach out to him, but Izuku didn't stop. He carried on running at full speed. That kid. The sludge villain watched as Izuku was running straight towards him with a worried expression. Bakugo slowly opened his eyes. Deku, what the hell am I doing? Why did I start running again? Just like last time, I ran towards the mutant spider to save those kids. But what do I do this time? Thought Izuku as he was running towards the sludge villain. Stupid kid, die, cried the sludge villain as he launched his attack towards Izuku. Izuku was finding it difficult to concentrate since his head was about to explode from the pain, but then immediately after the pain was gone, Izuku felt something heading his way. An attack from my right. Izuku turned his head to the right, but it was too late. The attack was too close and hit Izuku directly. A few screams were heard from the crowd as they saw the young high schooler's body fly back and land on the pavement. That's what you get, kid, said the sludge villain as he reverted his hand back to normal size. This feeling, I've felt it before. At home, at the tunnel, and now. I could feel his attack coming my way. And my body, thought Izuku. Kid, cried Death Arms when he saw Izuku land on the ground. Most of the heroes were petrified, believing that Izuku was dead, but a few seconds later, Izuku stood up again with minimum damage. Nobody could believe what they just saw. Even after getting a direct hit from the villain, Izuku stood up as if it was nothing. "What?" yelled the sludge villain in surprise. Even most of the citizens were amazed that he was able to stand up again after that hit. "What the? How is that kid still standing?" Izuku inspected his body and saw that he was feeling fine. He thought for sure that he wasn't going to be able to move after that attack, but his body was still in great shape. Seeing that he was feeling better, Izuku turned back to the villain and started running again. "Damn brat, you just won't die. Well, this time, I'll make sure you stay on the ground." The sludge villain immediately enlarged both of his hands and got ready to attack Izuku. "Come on, I need to think. Going head on is meaningless, so I need to come up with something." That's it. Page 25. Izuku's head began tingling again as he noticed the danger ahead of him. From above, a few seconds later, the citizens and the heroes gasped when they saw the sludge monster slam his large on the ground, sending a strong shock wave through the streets. The heroes covered the civilians from the air pressure and returned their attention to fight again. But they couldn't believe what they saw. Izuku had jumped 20 feet into the air, dodging the sludge villain's attack. As he started descending, his feet landed on the side of a wall. All the heroes and civilians were met with even more surprise when they saw Izuku running horizontally on the wall for a few seconds before jumping off and throwing his yellow bag towards the sludge villain. "Take this," yelled Izuku. The bag hit the sludge villain directly on the face, and in doing so, all the content inside, such as his notebooks, landed on the sludge villain's eyes, causing him to flinch and loosen his grip on Bakugo. Izuku landed in front of him and immediately started digging the sludge off Bakugo. "Kachan!" Izuku cried as he was doing his best to remove the sludge. What the hell are you doing?" questioned Bakugo in frustration as he tried to escape. "I don't know. My body just moved on its own. I don't know why." After removing some of the sludge off Bakugo, his left arm was finally free. Izuku saw the opportunity and started pulling him out, but it was difficult since he was really stuck in there. "At that time, I was wondering what it was that made do what I did. But after remembering Sayuri and Miss Ayumi's word, it didn't matter to me that I didn't have a quirk. I just knew that I had to take action, even if it meant risking my life." He remembered all moments in his life where he was told that he couldn't be a hero and how others kept on making him give up his dreams. But even then, he pushed aside his fears and doubt, and risked his life to save Bakugo. "It's because it looked like you were asking for help." Izuku saw the opportunity presented in front of him and gathered all of his strength. He started pulling Bakugo out of the sludge. Everyone, including the heroes, watched as Izuku was actually able to pull Bakugo from the sludge villain's grasp. "Hey look, he's doing it. The kid's actually saving him. That kid must have some crazy strength. Come on, while the villain's still distracted, let's go help save that kid," cried Death Arms as he ran in with the rest of the heroes. The sludge villain finally regained his senses and turned back to see the heroes charging towards him. He immediately enlarged his hand and swung it down towards the heroes, sending all of them flying back. After the heroes were taken care of, he returned his attention to Izuku, who was almost about to free Bakugo. "I don't think so, kid. Just a little longer," yelled the sludge villain as he immediately recaptured Bakugo. "Now I'm done playing with you, kid. Don't get in my way." Izuku watched as the sludge villain was about to swing his arm down towards him. Izuku was going to dodge, but then his head felt a sharp pain, causing him to clench his head. "And no, not now," thought Izuku as he closed his eyes and waited for his doom. After the sludge villain attacked, a large explosion covered the area, making it difficult for everyone to see what had happened. "I truly am pathetic, aren't I?" said All Might. Izuku slowly began opening his eyes, but he couldn't believe what he was seeing. All Might stood in front of him, blocking the sludge villain's attack with his right arm. "All Might, even though I admonished you, I realized I wasn't putting what I said into practice." All Might freed himself from the sludge villain's grasp before grabbing Izuku and Bakugo's arms. Pro heroes are always risking their lives. That is the true test of a hero. cried All Might as his mouth was releasing blood. Damn you, All Might, cried the sludge villain as he attempted to attack All Might with his large hand. Detroit, smash, cried All Might as he sent in a downward punch which was so powerful that it created a shock wave strong enough to disperse the sludge villain and free Bakugo. But the force of the shock wave created a strong wind pressure which not only cleared up all the fire in the area but changed the wind pressure. After the attack was complete, All Might slowly stood up as he let go of both Bakugo and Izuku, who were unconscious. He looked over to Izuku with a smile before wiping the blood off his lips. Everyone was silent until they noticed that it suddenly started to rain. Death Arms looked up to the sky and saw the spiraling dark clouds which were created by All Might's punch. He made clouds. With just his right fist, he changed the weather. That's amazing. That's All Might for ya. Everyone cheered as All Might raised his right arm to show that he stood victorious against the sludge villain. Soon afterwards, all the heroes and the police started gathering the large amount of sludge covering the streets. The reporters gathered around All Might as they interviewed him and took his pictures. After a while, Izuku and Bakugo woke up. While Bakugo was getting praised for his bravery, Izuku was getting chewed out by the heroes for risking his life. "You moron, do you have a death wish?" questioned Kamui Woods while Izuku was kneeling. "There was absolutely no reason for you to put yourself in danger," complained Death Arms. Evening. After all the chaos was over, Izuku was slowly walking home with all of his stuff in his yellow bag. The medics were able to fix up a few of his injuries, but surprisingly, he didn't have anything major. The news about All Might's rescue was spreading around like wildfire. Izuku never had a chance to apologize to All Might for what had happened because all the reporters were covering him. "I wanted to apologize to All Might, but he was still getting interviewed. Maybe I'll try sending him a message on his website when I get home. But what happened to me today? My head's been ringing all day and for some reason, I felt like," thought Izuku as he walked on. Deku. Hearing a shout from behind, Izuku slowly turned around to see Bakugo running towards him. Catchin'. After catching up to Izuku, Bakugo took a second to catch his breath. "I never asked for your help. I never asked to be helped by you, got that? I was doing fine on my own. You're nothing but a quirkless failure who's wasting time, trying to be a hero. Don't think that you can look down on me. You damn nerd." Izuku watched as Bakugo turned around and started walking away in frustration after he delivered his message. "I guess that's one way to say thank you. But he's right, I didn't really accomplish anything. But I'm glad it all worked out. Guess I should get back to quitting on my dreams now." Izuku turned back and started heading home when out of nowhere, All Might rushed in from the corner of the street. "I am here." Izuku gasped in surprise since he did not expect All Might to arrive. All Might, what are you doing here? Weren't you swamped by those reporters?" "Ha ha ha, escaping them was no trouble for me. Why? Because I am All Might couldn't finish his sentence since his body began to emit smoke. Izuku gasped when he saw All Might releasing smoke from his body. "All Might, what's wrong? What's going on with your body?" cried Izuku as he tried to reach out to him, but All Might raised his hand and stopped. "It's okay, young man," replied All Might. Izuku watched as All Might was completely covered, but as the smoke was finally disappearing, Izuku's eyes were met with shock when he saw All Might again. Compared to his muscle form, All Might had turned into an overly skinny man with angular features, long limbs and neck. He had spiky, disheveled hair with two bangs framing the side of his face, and he lost his eyebrows. His clothes had become extremely baggy compared to his muscle form. What? Who are you? What happened to All Might? He was just here a few seconds ago. You're an imposter," questioned Izuku as he was shaking and looking around. He couldn't believe the hero that he respected so deeply had such a 180 in his appearance. All Might sighed since he was expecting that type of reaction. "I assure you, young man, I am All Might," answered All Might, but as he was finishing his sentence, blood began to escape from his mouth. "Gah, there's no way," cried Izuku as he fell back. All Might wiped the blood off his mouth before explaining his situation. "You know how most guys at the pool are always flexing and posturing. It's kind of like that. How the heck do you expect me to believe that? There's just no way. All Might is supposed to be a giant of a man, always saving people with a fearless smile. I guess I can't convince you like this. Izuku watched as the man in front of him pulled his shirt upwards and revealed a horrifying scar, terrifying the young high schooler. This was a scar I received from a fight 5 years ago. Most of my respiratory organs were destroyed, and I lost my whole stomach. I've become emaciated from repeated surgeries and the aftereffects. All the constant treatments wore me out, and as such, I can only do hero work for 3 hours a day. Wait a sec, if it was 5 years ago, then was it the fight against Toxic Chainsaw? Asked Izuku. You're well informed. But no, he may have landed a few hits, but he could never defeat me. This fight was not made public to the world. I asked that it not be made public. Because as the symbol of peace, I must save everyone with a smile. I cannot allow myself to be daunted by evil. Even though Izuku didn't believe it at first, he started trusting his words more and more. But then, why would you reveal such an important piece of information to a kid like me? Asked Izuku. It's because, I've been thinking about what I said to you. And after watching you risk your life for the sake of that other boy, I realized that I may have been too hasty with my answer. And for that, I'm sorry. Apologized All Might. And no, if anything, I'm sorry. If it wasn't for me, you wouldn't have had to risk your life to save me. Not to mention I wasted your time by asking you so many questions. If anything, I should apologize to you. All I did was cause more trouble even though I didn't have a quirk. That's right. It was because I saw the young, timid, quirkless fanboy spring into action to save the life of another. It inspired me to act as well. Hearing those words, Izuku slowly turned to All Might. Top heroes always have stories about how they became heroes from their school days. But most of their stories have one thing in common. Their bodies moved before they had a chance to think. Izuku clenched his fists and lowered his head before tears started welling up in his eyes. Never had he expected the hero whom he admired so much to give him such encouraging words. At that time, I didn't know why, but I remembered my mother's words. I'm sorry, Izuku. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Izuku slowly started kneeling down as the memories began appearing in his head again. That was true for you, too, wasn't it? Said All Might. Izuku slowly nodded his head as he fell to his knees and clenched his chest. You never told me, Mom. The words I needed you to say, the words I needed to hear. With the wind flowing through All Might's hair and the cherry blossoms flying across them, he said the words that would change Izuku's life forever. Young man, you can become a hero. At that point, Izuku could no longer hold back his tears and let it all out. After all the torment, the hate and the pain he had to go through since he was young, the man he looked up to the most told him the words that he needed hear. Our dreams can be a reality. It was this very moment that made realize that. But this was just the beginning of the real story. After all, turns out there was more to me than meets the eye. Izuku was currently shedding tears while the hero he'd admired for so long was standing in front of him. However, the reason wasn't because he was upset but because someone told him the words he needed to hear. Young man, you can become a hero. Upon hearing those words, Izuku just fell to his knees and let out his emotions. He didn't know how, but his fortune kept changing one after another. First he got to see a villain fight, but then he was immediately picked on by 3 of the strongest bullies in his school. Soon after school started, he got picked on by his once childhood friend and nearly killed by a sludge villain. But in the end, none of that mattered since his luck turned around the moment he met All Might. All Might raised his hands as he said, I can give you my quirk, my power is yours to inherit. Izuku slowly raised his head and tilted in confusion. He had no idea what All Might was talking about. What did you say? Inherit. All Might gave a jolly laugh once he saw the look on Izuku's face. He had such an expression of disbelief that it was quite amusing. Ha ha ha, kid, you should see the look on your face. It's screaming, what's he talking about? After the laughing was over, All Might went over to Izuku and lent him a helping hand so he could stand up. But I wasn't lying when I said you can inherit my quirk. The only question now is, will you accept my power or not? Izuku was still confused at the current situation. All Might was offering to give Izuku his powers. I'm really sorry, but this is a whole lot to process. I really don't know how to take this, stuttered Izuku as he was shaking his hand and nervously rubbing his hair. Not only because of what All Might said but also because All Might himself was standing in front of him. Well, maybe I did rush into this too quickly, let me explain from the beginning. Izuku calmed himself down and All Might got ready to explain. The truth is, journalists have always guessed that my quirk was super strength or invincibility. I try my best to avoid the question about my quirk when I can. I do this because the people need to know that their symbol of peace is a natural-born hero. Before All Might could carry on, he turned attention to Izuku once again. But that's far from the truth. I wasn't born with my powers. It was passed on to me like a sacred torch by another. Upon hearing All Might's, Izuku gasped in surprise, not being able to believe what he heard. You were given your power. But that's impossible, replied Izuku. All Might slowly shook his head as he said, it is possible, and if you're ready to accept it, then you can be next. Okay, I'm sorry but I still can't believe any of this. I mean, people have been guessing your quirk for years and no one's ever figured it out. It's one of the world's mysteries. I mean, the idea that a quirk can be passed on to someone just doesn't make sense. It's unbelievable. A quirk should be unique to each individual and you can't just give it someone. All Might just watched as Izuku kept muttering. He couldn't believe how many words came out of Izuku's mouth in the span of 5 seconds. Wow, this whole inheriting thing has really gotten to you, didn't it? Stop muttering already, yelled All Might, causing Izuku to stop talking and look back to All Might. You're going to have to accept this new truth and realize that I can transfer my power to you. That is the quirk I inherited. The name of this power is, One for All. One for All. That's right. One person cultivates the power and passes it on to another person, who also cultivates it and passes it on. It is the crystallization of power that spins together the voice of those who need help with a courageous heart. Izuku was listening with awe as the hero he admired was explaining his powers, but soon afterwards his expression changed as he looked to the ground. But why would you give something so powerful to a guy like me? Asked Izuku. I've been searching for a worthy successor to One for All. And today, you've proven your worth, my boy. You jumped into action while the rest of us stood idly by. Even though you're just a quirk-less fanboy, you risked your life to save that kid. You acted like a true hero, said All Might, which made Izuku's eyes tear up in happiness. Though before I give you my quirk, you really need to fix those leaky eyes of yours, kid. Joked All Might, but then All Might showed a serious expression to Izuku. So how about it, kid? Are you ready to accept this power? Izuku clenched his fists as he wiped away his tears. He said so much to encourage me. He even told me the secret to his powers. Is this the chance that I've been waiting for? How could I possibly say no? Izuku looked back to All Might and nodded his head. Yes, sir, I'll do it, responded Izuku confidently. No reluctance. That's exactly how I'd figured you'd respond. And on that day, my life began changing for the better. All Might saw potential in me to become the next symbol of peace and I wasn't going to let him down. But I could have never expected what was heading my way. April. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. It was an early morning at the Dagoba Beach Park. Most residents were resting since it was the weekend, but Izuku woke up early since he got a call from All Might to meet him there. Wearing a white shirt, blue pants and his signature red shoes, Izuku ran with excitement as this day marked the start of his journey to become a hero. All Might was in his skinny form, waiting in the center of the beach wearing a black shirt, a black and white striped tracksuit and white sport shoes. Hearing footsteps, All Might turned to the source of the sound to find Izuku running towards him. Good morning, young Midoriya, greeted All Might. Good morning, All Might. Izuku responded energetically. All Might was surprised to see the excitement that Izuku was displaying with just a greeting. Awfully chipper, aren't you? Izuku couldn't help but smile since he was happy inside. I never imagined I'd be training with All Might himself. I'm still finding it hard to believe that I could inherit your quirk, replied Izuku nervously. Well, I suppose this is somewhat of a rare opportunity. But whether you will receive One for All, is still yet to be decided. Upon hearing that statement, Izuku tilted his head in confusion and turning white in fear. What? But you said I was worthy," yelled Izuku with shock before collapsing on the ground, screaming. "You are worthy, but I'm afraid your body is not." Izuku looked down to his body in confusion since he didn't understand what he meant. My body. You see, my quirk, one for all, is the fullest physical ability of many people gathered into one. If an unprepared body were to use it, your limbs could shoot off your body," explained All Might, turning Izuku white with fear. "Shoot off. Is one for all that dangerous?" asked Izuku. To an unready host, "Yes. Young Midoriya, you plan on going to UA, don't you?" "Why yes, sir. It was the school that you went to, so it must be the best. And I want to follow into your footsteps," answered Izuku. "That's the spirit, young man. But, you must understand, becoming a hero without a quirk is not easy. While it isn't fair, that is the reality we face. And UA is without a doubt, a difficult school to get into," explained All Might. Izuku was already worried since he heard it all before. He understood the difficulties of becoming a hero since he didn't have a quirk and knew that it was going to be difficult. "That means I have to get my body ready for the entrance exam in 10 months. Fear not, young Midoriya, for I have created the perfect plan to get your body in shape before the UA entrance exam," answered All Might as he took out a schedule and handed it over to Izuku. He began scanning through the schedule and saw how it had specific timings for all his activities such as eating, resting and studying. Even a sleeping time is included. Impressive, isn't it? I call it the aim to pass American Dream Plan. As long as you follow each step on time, I guarantee that you will be ready to inherit my quirk. But I must say, it's gonna be a difficult journey. Are you sure you're up for this? All Might knew the journey was going to be a difficult one and therefore required Izuku to give it his all. "Of course, I have no intention of backing out now. I've got to work harder than everybody else," answered Izuku with confidence. "That's the spirit. So before we begin the training, how about a little test?" asked All Might as he went over to a large fridge which was covered by a rope. "A test? I want you to try and pull this fridge," requested All Might, which made Izuku tilt his head once again. Me? You expect me to pull this huge refrigerator?" asked Izuku in disbelief. He looked at the size of the fridge and realized it was twice as big as him. "Wait." All Might transformed himself into his muscular form and sat on top of the fridge, confusing Izuku even further. "Now you can." Izuku was dumbfounded with what he just witnessed but decided to go along with it anyway. He went over to the ropes and started pulling with all his might, straining and breathing heavily as he tried his best. After a while of pulling, Izuku simply fell on the ground after losing all his energy. "I was hoping you'd be able to pull it just a little bit, but I guess I was expecting too much. Guess we'll just have to start from the top. Now that I think about it, I've been wondering." Izuku stood up and brushed off the dust on his outfit before looking around. Even though it was a beach, it was covered in nothing but trash and garbage. "Just why exactly am I here? I thought you said I'd be starting my training," asked Izuku. All Might responded with a nod as he jumped off the fridge. "Why else? 'Cause this is where you will be training for the next 10 months. The first task of your training is to clean up this entire beach," responded All Might. "Wait, what? I have to clean this entire beach in 10 months? But that's impossible." All Might went behind the fridge as he began crushing it with one hand. "I guess this isn't the flashiest of training methods, but it's effective. Heroes these days just want to stand out amongst each other to gain popularity and therefore, forgot what being a hero meant. Voluntary work, public service and even keeping the streets clean." After fully crushing the fridge, it cleared some of the garbage behind him, revealing the rising sun to both All Might and Izuku. "If you can complete this task before the exam, not only will you have the vessel required for One for All, but you would have also proven your commitment to becoming the next symbol of peace," said All Might, which made Izuku realize what cleaning this beach meant. "Okay then, I won't let you down," responded Izuku energetically. "Well then, how about we start by having you clean up this pile?" "Yes, sir." Izuku started grabbing the trash one by one and took them outside the beach. All Might watched the determined young boy working his hardest to earn his power. I have to say, I have never seen someone so compassionate about becoming a hero. But then again, you've experienced firsthand how difficult it is to live in a world without a quirk. I truly believe that you are the one who can become the next symbol of peace, thought All Might as he turned back to the fridge he crushed. But, I feel as though there is more to you than you're telling me. It turns out that Izuku had indeed moved the fridge by a few centimeters. All Might was definitely surprised since Izuku was showing a lot of skills. He even remembered the incredible acrobatics Izuku performed during Sludge Villain attack. But he decided to respect his privacy since he had a bigger task ahead of him. Izuku's home. After reaching home from a tiring day of training, Izuku took a bath and went to his room to study. While being physically strong was important, he also knew that he had to increase his knowledge to pass the UA written exam. All Might told Izuku that UA had high education standards and therefore he needed to study hard. All Might told me that other than the general subjects, hero laws, and history of quirk acceptance, were gonna be on the written exam. Both of which, I'm not the best at. Izuku's grades were average but he wanted to push them to a higher grade. He looked at the clock and realized that it was 6:30 p.m. Alright, according to the schedule one should be studying for an hour before eating dinner. I guess I'll start with English and maths for now. As the time went by, Izuku focused on his studies. However, his eyelids were getting heavier and heavier causing him to fall asleep. Soon after, he woke up in surprise and looked at the time. It was already 7:24 p.m. Guess I must have dozed off. Oh well, I guess I made decent progress for now. Izuku closed his books and stretched his tired body. Izuku, dinner time, called Izuku's mom as she was preparing the dinner table. Sure mom. Izuku was about to go for dinner but he felt a sudden itch on his arm. He looked down and noticed that his pen was stuck on his right wrist. What the? Izuku was shaking his wrist attempting to get the pen off but it was stuck there. He grabbed the pen and started pulling it but he couldn't believe what he was seeing. A web line was escaping his wrist while pulling the pen. As the pen was getting pulled further, his middle and ring finger were getting pulled towards his palm. Once his two fingers met his palm, his wrist shot out a long web line which knocked down one of his All Might figurines. Izuku, are you okay? Asked his mom as she knocked on his door. Why yeah mom, I'm fine. Don't worry, I'll be right there. Answered Izuku while trying to pull off the web. Okay honey. As his mom left, he finally managed to rip off the web off his hands. What the heck is going on? What is this stuff? Web. Izuku slowly picked up the figurine and turned his attention to substance that came out of his wrist. It took a while but he finally managed to pull the web off without damaging his figurine. It only took him a while since the web was so durable and sticky. But how? After a while of thinking, the night of man-spider rushed back into his mind. He remembered how the man-spider sunk his fangs into him and transferred his venom. Falling to his knees, Izuku began shaking as he feared that he might become the man-spider like in his dream. No, it can't be. I was told that I was cured. So why is this happening? Could the man-spider have transferred his DNA into me? Then how come I haven't transformed into a monster yet? Is it a slow process? Has my transformation begun? What am I gonna? Izuku kept muttering as the worst possible scenarios kept playing in his head. Izuku, honey, what's wrong? Your dinner's getting cold. Izuku snapped back to reality and stood up as he heard his mom calling. Sorry, Mom, I'm coming. He didn't want to worry his mother again since she was extremely protective over her only child. She was worried sick during the man-spider incident and if she were to find out Izuku developed spider powers, he knew she'd be terrified. He quickly wore his jacket to cover his wrists before leaving for dinner and tried to stay as calm as he could without causing any suspicion. After dinner, it was time for Izuku to sleep because of the plan All Might gave him. But sleep was the last thing on his mind after discovering his new powers. I seriously don't know how I should be taking this. I mean I have powers now but it came from a mutated monster. Izuku stared at his wrists and noticed the white patch which caused him to shoot a web line. After a while of thinking, an idea popped into his mind. Mom's asleep right now, so maybe I can just test them out. Oh wait, but I should be sleeping right now and following the plan. I'm sure 1 hour won't hurt. After grabbing his All Might hoodie and yellow bag, Izuku quietly left his apartment and decided to test his new powers. Abandoned warehouse. Izuku knew the area of his hometown well and located an abandoned warehouse near his place. It was originally a car repair garage, but it shut down a few years ago. Since it was late, he didn't worry about anybody showing up and finding him. Well, I'm here, but what should I do? I have these new abilities, but I'm not 100% sure if that's good or bad. I wonder if I should call All Might. Oh man, but what if he thinks I'm not worthy for One for All anymore? Thought Izuku in a panic. After a while, he took a deep breath and calmed down. Calm down, Midoriya. You need to take things one at a time. For now, I should try to observe these new abilities and try experimenting their limitations and strengths. Izuku looked around the warehouse and smiled, since this was the perfect place to test his new abilities. Okay, let's try out these new powers. Izuku didn't know why, but he was excited to try them out. Of course, he knew about how he attained them, but this was the first time he was experiencing what powers felt like. Izuku noticed a broken down car in the middle of the garage and decided to try out his web ability. Here goes. Go web, cried Izuku as he pointed his right arm towards the car, but sadly, no web came out. He looked back to his wrist as he tried to remember how he used his webbing earlier, attempting several hand gestures such as a fist, thumbs up, peace sign and the rock on, which he moved up and down but with no results. Izuku began remembering something. His middle and ring finger had a specific position when a web line was shot. Izuku took a deep breath before aiming his arm towards the broken down car. He slowly started moving his middle and ring finger towards his palm and attempted it again. Here goes. Just as his two fingers finally met his palm, Izuku fired a thin web line and caught the door of the car. Haha, it worked. Now, let's see how strong this stuff is. He immediately pulled on the web line to check the strength of the web, but accidentally pulled off the car door. Whoa, how did I? He looked at his arms, astonished at what he did. Izuku thought that he just had web powers, but he remembered what the man spider was capable of. He's got super strength, some kind of web attack, amazing speed and reflexes too. As Izuku remembered his words, he looked over to the broken down car and smiled as an idea popped into his head. Izuku then placed his hands under the car and slowly started picking up the whole car. It surprised him even more since he did it with minimal difficulty. He slowly placed the car back on the ground and pulled up his sleeves to see his newfound muscle. While not Arnold Schwarzenegger level, his arms were well toned. Now where'd these come from? While Izuku was inspecting his arms, he noticed something strange. He looked closely as his hand and found tiny little hair tufts growing on his hand, which was worrying to him. Luckily, they were extremely tiny, so it wasn't that noticeable. But he remembered from TV that it was something spiders used to climb on surfaces, and if he had them, it could only mean one thing. Izuku went over to the wall and tried to climb, but something felt off. He could feel his hand stick to the wall, but his feet weren't sticking. He tried to jump on the wall and tried to stick onto it, but his feet kept slipping off, causing him to fall on his butt. Ow! I don't get it. My hands can stick, but my feet are covered by my shoes, said Izuku as he realized why it wasn't working. He decided to try again, but this time with his shoes off. And as he attempted wall climbing again, this time it was successful. Izuku was climbing the walls like a spider with ease. His movement weren't hindered at the slightest. Before he knew it, he was bouncing on and off the walls, moving like pro athletes. Finally, Izuku crawled to the roof of the factory to test the limitations of his powers. He slowly took his hands off and stood upside down. He walked around, while hanging upside down. This is incredible. A little creepy, but incredible. I can't believe I have these powers. But still whoa. While walking, his foot stepped on a weak platform, causing it to break off due to his weight. Through his panicking, Izuku immediately shot out a web line towards the roof and swung across the room before landing on an old couch, causing the dust to explode everywhere. Safe to say Izuku was fine but terrified at what just happened. As he tried to stand, he felt the tingling sensation once again warning him of incoming debris from the roof. Without looking, Izuku backflipped off the couch in the nick of time as the debris finally fell. Cough cough well, never doing that again yes, he will. Izuku slowly stood up as he brushed off the dust from his clothes. This sensation, I've felt it before. Izuku's remembered how his brain felt a tingling sensation only during moments when there was danger around him. The incident in his kitchen, the bullies, the sludge villain attack and even around Bakugo. In addition to his head tingling, he could feel the tiny hair on body stand up when danger was around him. It's like a warning signal, letting me know of the danger I'm not even aware of. On top of that, not only can I feel the danger around me, but I have heightened senses of my surroundings, as if I have eyes behind my head. A spider sense. After calming down, Izuku immediately began taking notes of his new abilities. Wall crawling, web lines, super strength, heightened senses and acrobatics. As the time passed, he was getting more and more used to his powers. Okay, I think that's enough training for now. I should get some sleep since I've got to meet All Might early tomorrow. Izuku wiped off his sweat with his All Might handkerchief as he decided to leave. Next day, Izuku was rushing it towards school since he woke up late. Guess he should have followed the timetable. Due to strict Japanese school laws, any student who enter the school after the gates have closed shall be punished. Oh man, there's only a minute left before the gate closes. Izuku was sprinting with all his might to reach his school. Surprisingly, he didn't feel tired at all. It felt as if he could still carry on running without a problem. After a while of running, he finally made it to his school, but one of the teachers was about to close the gate. "Uh-oh, gotta rush it," said Izuku as he started running in full force. The teacher was slowly closing the gate, but he heard footsteps approaching him. Looking up to see Izuku running towards the gate. "Haha, there's always one student who arrives late. Sorry Midoriya, but you aren't getting past these gates." Just as the gates were about to finish closing, the teacher noticed a shadow fly over him. He immediately looked up and saw Izuku jump over the gate with ease. After landing, Izuku just carried on running towards school. The teacher had his mouth open at what he witnessed. He knew that Izuku was quirkless and yet he easily jumped over the gate. Was that really Midoriya?" questioned the teacher. "Whoa, I easily leapt over that gate. I think having these powers wasn't such a bad thing after all," thought Izuku with a smile. At the time I only looked at these powers in a positive light, but there were still many consequences I would face in the future because of these powers. June. Dagoba Beach. Izuku was continuing with his training under All Might, collecting as much garbage as he could and taking them outside the beach. Even though it had only been 2 months since the training began, All Might was impressed at the amazing progress Izuku made. However, Izuku kept the spider powers a secret for now. He wasn't sure if he was confident enough to tell All Might since he believed it would alter his view on Izuku becoming the next symbol of peace. I have to admit, I knew the kid had a lot of spunk in him, but he's making this look too easy. If my estimation is right, he might even clean the beach before the 10 months. Thought All Might, but then his phone started ringing. "Hello. I understand. Hey kid." Izuku stopped his training and turned his attention to All Might. "Yes, All Might?" asked Izuku as he wiped off a bit of sweat off his face. "I just got an important call from the police station. I have to go early, so maybe we should call it quits for today," said All Might. "Oh, I see. Well actually, if you don't mind, I'm gonna stay a little longer and try to get this pile out of the way. There's not much left, so I'll finish quickly," replied Izuku. "All right then kid, just take it easy, would ya?" Izuku continued with his training as he carried on collecting the garbage and putting them in a pile, but he noticed something was off. It felt as if some of the garbage he collected was missing somehow. Am I seeing things or did they disappear? Oh well, maybe I'm just tired. Izuku decided to carry working and gathered more garbage. But by the time he returned to the garbage pile, all the things he originally collected were gone. What the? They all disappeared. But where did? Asked Izuku, but then he heard some type of rustling sound behind the large garbage pile. He slowly made his way around the garbage pile and noticed a person with pink locks and yellow eyes with crosshair for pupils. Additionally, she had a pair of protective goggles on her head, wearing fingerless gloves, a yellow tank top and green shorts with brown boots. Behind her was a large rucksack full of garbage that Izuku had originally collected. Who is she, and why is she collecting garbage? I don't think I've ever seen around here before, thought Izuku, but then his head began tingling, alerting him of danger. He looked over to her and noticed that she was attempting to pull a pipe from the bottom of a large garbage pile, but in doing so, the large garbage was about to topple on top of her. "Watch out!" cried Izuku as he ran over to the girl and pushed her out of the way. But there was too little time for him to escape, and so, all the garbage ended up falling on Izuku. Oh no! The girl immediately ran to the garbage pile and began digging through the garbage to try and save Izuku, but after a while, a fist broke out of the garbage. Izuku then slowly started climbing out and dusted off the garbage on his clothes. Though sadly, he didn't escape unharmed as he had large cut on his arm. "Thank God, you're okay, ish." The girl immediately ran to Izuku and gave him a big hug. Izuku's face immediately turned red as he felt something soft from the girl. After a while, she let go of Izuku while he was frozen in place. "Phew, for a sec there I thought you were a goner. But looks like you made it out okay, well, with minimal injuries, but I'm sure a tough guy like you will be fine. In fact, here, take this handkerchief and wrap it around that wound. Oh, and thanks for saving my life. I really appreciate it. Now if you don't mind, I have to get back to work," said the girl as she was about to leave. Izuku shook his head as he tried to regain his thoughts and forget what just happened. He took the handkerchief and wore it around his arm to prevent the bleeding. Wait, I'm just glad you're safe, but who are you?" asked Izuku nervously, since he never spoke to other girls except Sayuri, Miss Ayumi and his mom. The girl stopped moving and slowly turned around to Izuku. "Introductions. Well, I suppose it would be rude to leave without proper greetings." The girl then went over to Izuku and offered a handshake to Izuku. "My name is Hatsume Mei, and I'm an inventor. Nice to meet ya." Izuku accepted the handshake and nervously shook her hand as he began blushing once again. I'm Izuku Midoriya, and nice to meet you too, Hatsume." "Wait, did you say an inventor?" asked Izuku as they broke off the handshake. She nodded her head in pride as he crossed her arms and smiled at Izuku. "Yep, wow, that's amazing. But why come here to collect garbage?" asked Izuku in confusion. "I'd like to refer to them as parts than garbage. After all, anything can become useful if you use it right. And this place is full of parts one can use to improve my super cute babies." "Wait, what did you just say, babies?" said Izuku with a huge blush on his face, clearly misunderstanding what she was saying. "That's right, my babies can always use an upgrade. And this place is full of parts that are just waiting to be turned into a masterpiece. In fact, I have one of my babies with me now." Hatsume started going through her bag and took out a large gun-like device which had a hook sticking out. Izuku on the other hand sighed in relief as he realized that her babies were the gadgets she created. "Ta-da! This is one of my latest inventions. I call it the Grappling Cannon 3.0. It currently weighs 350 pounds and fires a retractable, detachable and replaceable line for climbing and swinging across huge gaps and large structures. With one shot of this magnificent device, the grappling line can be used to pull a target or the user to a safe vantage point." Izuku watched as Hatsume was still explaining her device. "Wow, that's amazing. I've seen a lot of pro heroes use these things before. And you're telling me you made this using the parts from this beach?" asked Midoriya. "Yep, as an inventor, I need to be more innovative with my inventions and rely on what's available to me. I consider it practice before I apply for the UA entrance exam." "You're applying for UAA too?" asked Izuku surprised. "I am. I want to get into their support course. That way I can have access to better equipment and really let my inventions shine." "Well, I'm trying to get into UAA too. I want to get into the hero course." "Hero course? Ah, so you're a hero in the making. So, What can you do? I have spider powers. Spider powers? Asked Hatsume, which caused Izuku to freeze as he realized he just gave away his biggest secret to a stranger. Oh no, I was supposed to keep that part a secret. What's wrong with me? Now if she suspects me I'm doomed. Thought Izuku through his panicking. You don't seem to resemble any characteristics of a spider, but I guess that's an added bonus. So just what kind of spider powers we talking about? Asked Hatsume. Izuku took a sigh of relief since it looked like she didn't suspect anything and just carried on talking. Oh, I have their ability to climb walls, shooting spider webs out of my wrist, and a sixth sense which alerts me of danger. Wow, that's quite the arsenal you have. I'd say you have the makings of a great hero. Why you think so? At first, I wasn't really sure about my powers, but I asked Izuku, but then Hatsume began moving closer and closer to Izuku. Immediately after, she began personally inspecting Izuku's body. Izuku just froze on the spot since she was extremely close, and he could feel more than just her hands on his body. What are you doing? Questioned Izuku as he felt a soft sensation on his arms. Just analyzing your body structure and measurements. Yes, you've got quite an athletic build, and on top of that, good strength. I think you might be useful to me after all. Hatsume finally let go of Izuku, but he was still shaking from what just happened. Useful? Yeah, I can tell someone like you can become a pro hero in the future. And if I supply you with the gear to help you on your journey, I'll become known to the pro agencies and my work can get recognized. I'd say there's a mutual benefit to be had here, offered Hatsume with excitement glimmering from her eyes. Izuku, on the other hand, was still confused by the ordeal but still admired her attitude. Hatsume began digging through her backpack and took out as many gadgets as she could. Izuku was surprised at the number of gadgets that were able to fit in her one bag. Check it. I've got the power glove to increase strength, magnet boots which can help you stick to metal surfaces, and of course my favorite, the jetpack. So whatcha think? Listed Hatsume, but of course she had a whole bunch more. Izuku began going through the gadgets, but something didn't feel right to him. Well, these are great and all, but I don't think I can utilize these gadgets since my wall-crawling powers need to contact surfaces with my hands and feet. The gloves and boots will probably hinder my ability to wall crawl since they're so thick. Hatsume had a disappointed look on her face, but upon hearing Izuku's analysis, she understood the issue and decided to put away the gadgets. However, she wasn't going to give in that quickly. Well then, tell me, is there anything specific I can help with? Anything to help improve your quirk? Well, I have difficulties when it comes to controlling my web shots. When I shoot them, they come out as one long web line, which is good to reach long places, but I feel as though there could be more utility to them. Explained Izuku as he looked at his wrists and wondered the endless possibilities of his web ability. Do you mind if I can see this webbing you're talking about? Requested Hatsume. Izuku nodded to the request and took a stance before firing a web line from his wrist. Hatsume had the biggest look of excitement as she quickly went over to the web line and started making notes and analyzed the substance. Incredible. Judging from the strength of this web line, the tensile strength must be at least 1.75 gigapascals. Not to mention the elasticity of this material could be useful in crafting all sorts of gadgets. Izuku was just watching Hatsume taking notes on his new abilities. For the first time, he finally found someone who was just as enthusiastic and interested in their passion. So, this is the webbing you can shoot out. It's amazing. Yeah, for me to shoot the web, just my ring and middle finger need to touch base of my palm. It's like a trigger I need to use so that I won't accidentally shoot out the web when I make a fist. The only problem I have is regarding its versatility. I've tried to think of uses for them, but I just can't seem to make it work like I want it to. I see. Anything else? Asked Hatsume as she was writing notes like Izuku normally would. Well, parts of my body can stick on any surfaces, but my feet have difficulties since my shoes are so thick. They prevent me from moving like I normally would. Noted. Anything else? I think those are the major issues I'm facing at the moment. Hatsume was finally finishing writing on her notes, but then she had a slight confused look on her face. Is something wrong? Asked Izuku. Well, Don't take it personally, but judging from the problems you're having with your quirk, it sounds as if you've just discovered these powers. Responded Hatsume with her clever deduction, which caused Izuku to freeze since she was right. Oh, you and no, you see. I actually. Izuku muttering since he had no excuse as to what he could say. Hatsume then placed her hand on his shoulder before smiling. Haha, don't worry about it. I know some people can't always master their quirk from the get-go. But you don't have to worry. Once I start working on these problems, they'll be a thing of the past. But how? Asked Izuku. You don't need to worry. I already have an idea on how I could help. In fact, I better get to work on it now. I'll see you again when the time is right. Guess I'll be seeing you around, partner, said Hatsume as she ran off, which caused Izuku to blush, but he realized. What? Wait, how will I know when to contact you? Asked Izuku. Don't worry, you won't have to come to me. I'll come to you, but if you need me, just call me. Wait, I don't have your details. Responded Izuku, but it was too late. Izuku just watched as Hatsume rushed off with the parts she collected and the notes she gathered from Izuku. He found her extremely strange, but he also knew she had the best of intention. Though he was a little upset since he forgot to ask her about her quirk. Well, I wonder what she meant. But my arm's not feeling any better either, so I should probably just call it for today too. Even with the cut on his arm, Izuku was surprisingly not in pain, but he still needed to fix it since he was worried about getting an infection. July. Shopping district. The months were passing by fast. With each day Izuku was getting used to his spider powers and training harder to receive the power of One for All from All Might. After finishing school, Izuku was shopping for ingredients at his mom's request. There was a lot of stuff to get since his recommended meals were quite specific. Let's see, tomatoes, buckwheat noodles, some beef, and Izuku was still walking, but then he accidentally bumped into another shopper. He looked up to notice a female middle schooler with wide eyes, but he couldn't see her face completely since she hid her mouth with a scarf. She had a slight hunch with surprisingly big hands and dark sea green hair with a bow on her back. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't looking where I was going. Apologized Izuku with a bow, but the girl simply gave him a vacant stare with no response, but after a while, she replied. It's okay. She then picked up her grocery basket and walked away without much care. Izuku wasn't so sure about what just happened, but he decided to move on and carry on with his shopping. After paying for his groceries, he was on his way to the exit, but just as he was about to leave, he noticed that the girl he met earlier dropped her wallet as she was about to leave. He went over to the wallet and noticed that it was a frog-designed purse before picking it up. Excuse me, you dropped your wallet. As Izuku left the store, he looked around to try and find the girl from the store, but she was gone. Izuku started walking around to try and find her, but there was no trace of her. I wonder where she went. Maybe I can return this to the store and hopefully she'll collect it by herself. Izuku was about to walk away when he noticed a bag of groceries dropped near an alleyway. He walked over to the bag and looked into alleyway to find the girl from the store, but she was surrounded by the bully trio. Hey, come on girlie. Surely you got some money, right? The girl didn't say anything and just stayed silent as Deji pushed her against the wall. Hey, can you hear what we're saying? Yelled Deji in usual loud voice, but still she did not respond. Oh great, it's those jerks again and they're picking on her. These guys are the last people I wanted to mess with, but I've got to help her. Izuku walked into the alleyway with the groceries in hand. Hey, leave her alone, yelled Izuku, catching the attention of the bully trio and schoolgirl. The three boys glared at Izuku with anger as they remembered how he got them in trouble and gave them an embarrassing beatdown. Well, if it isn't our old pal Midoriya, said Debu as he was cracking his knuckles, readying his fists for a fight. We still owe you for what you did all those months ago. And I'm gonna make sure I won't underestimate ya, you punk, said Doji. And I think now would be a great time for some payback, yelled Deji in his usual loud voice. He then began charging at Izuku with his arms spread wide. Izuku didn't move, but instead he dropped his groceries and stood still. Just as the gap was closing, Izuku jumped towards him and delivered a knee kick straight into his face. The two other bullies couldn't believe what they witnessed. Once again Izuku took down Deji with minimal effort. But little did they know that Izuku only got better since the last time they met. Unlike before, he was 10 centimeters taller and had increased muscle strength. After training under All Might and some secret training sessions, he got used to his spider powers and learned to apply them in combat. Huh, I can't believe that actually worked. Izuku then turned back to the other two who were surprised at Izuku's new moves. Not wanting to face the same beatdown as before, they immediately grabbed Deji and ran for it. After that scene, Izuku picked up their groceries and started heading towards the girl. She began backing off since she was worried about his intentions. No, wait, please, I just wanted to return these to you, you dropped it earlier. Izuku took out the frog purse from his back pocket and offered it to the girl. She slowly raised her head and looked at the purse. Just as she was about to grab it, Izuku suddenly felt his body weakening as he collapsed on the ground and dropped all the groceries. I can't move. My body's paralyzed. Get away from her, cried a female voice. Izuku couldn't turn his head, but another girl wearing the same uniform ran in and grabbed the other girl's hand. While Izuku couldn't see much, there was one distinct feature which surprised Izuku. The girl had a snake-like head, with her neck being like a snake's body and large red messy hair. Let's go, Tsuyu, she yelled, before running away with the other girl. As they were running, Tsuyu then lashed out a long tongue to grab her frog purse and groceries. Thank you, said Tsuyu as she smiled at Izuku as she ran away with her friend. Once her scarf loosened up and revealed her face, Izuku was surprised at her frog-like features, but he still blushed since she had a cute smile. After a few seconds, Izuku finally regained strength in his body and slowly stood up. Even though he was confused about what happened, he was glad she got her purse again and was safe from those bully trio. Well, that didn't go as planned, but at least she's okay. But what was up with her friend? I was only trying to help. Oh well, no point in complaining now, I should get home. Izuku then grabbed his groceries and started heading home, but something was still going through his mind. Tsuyu, why does that name feel so familiar? It's probably nothing. August. Izuku was heading home after a hard day's work and training. Progress was tremendous, and he was getting used to his spider powers. Without All Might knowing, Izuku added a few hours to train his spider powers. His mobility was as good as a pro hero's and he had the strength to easily lift and stop a charging bus. But in addition to training his body, his grades were escalating as well. Thanks to All Might's plan and some extra study sessions in school, he was able to get grades which could nearly match Sayuri's. But the one thing that would not leave his mind was his hunger. After all his hard work, he couldn't wait to go home and have some of his mom's cooking. He didn't know at first, but his metabolism had also increased due to the spider powers. All Might's told me that I'm making great progress on my training. Maybe I can spend some time hitting the books and practice science. But more importantly, get some dinner, I'm starving. Izuku started looking through his notebooks, but then his attention was taken by a crowd in front of him. One of the apartment complex had caught on fire and all the citizens were doing their best to evacuate all the people. The firemen were doing their best to stop the fire and tend to the injured while the heroes were on their way. I have to go back in there. My baby's in there, cried a woman as she attempted to rush back in, but one of the firemen stood in front of her and prevented her from running in. Ma'am, I can't let you in, the building's about to collapse. But my baby's still in there. I have to go get her, please, cried the mother as she tried to push in, but the fireman didn't budge and stopped her. Ma'am, I'm sorry, but there's nothing we can do until the rescue heroes arrive. The building's about to collapse, so it's too dangerous for anybody to go back in, explained the fireman. No, my baby, somebody please save my baby, cried the mother as her husband did his best to comfort her. Hearing all the commotion, the crowd was staying silent since none of them wanted to get involved and risk their lives. Izuku on the other hand looked towards the burning building and started wondering what he could do. I want to help, but they're not just gonna let me in. Not to mention, we're not supposed to be using our powers. What do I do? After an explosion from the building, they heard a young girl's cry asking for help. That's our baby. Somebody please help her. Izuku couldn't wait anymore. He looked around and found a pair of white ski goggles which dropped from one of the burning sports stores. He immediately ran into an alleyway and took out his All Might hoodie and handkerchief. He wore the handkerchief around his face and wore the ski goggles to prevent people from recognizing him. Lastly, he covered his head with his hoodie before he started running through the crowd towards the burning building. "Hey man, watch where you're, hey, where ya going?" yelled one of the citizens as they saw Izuku run up to the building. Immediately afterwards, the people watched as Izuku jumped towards a lamp post. After grabbing the lamp post, he spun a few times to gain momentum before letting go and jumping through the window into the second floor where the cry came from. Who the heck was that? Was that a hero? After getting into the building, Izuku looked around the apartment and tried to hear the source of the voice. Izuku started running through the hallway until he finally heard a voice through one of the doors. He tried to open the door, but it was stuck by debris. "Okay, this isn't gonna work. Here goes," said Izuku as he kicked the door down and looked around until he could finally hear the little girl's cry. But just then, his spider sense activated and alerted him as the roof was about to collapse on top of him. Izuku quickly jumped out of the way and started making his way towards the little girl's room. He looked around until he finally heard her voice from the closet. He immediately opened it and found the little girl crying under a blanket in fear. Izuku slowly approached her. "Don't worry, I'm going to get you out of here," said Izuku as he offered his hand to the girl, but she was still frightened. Who are you? I want my mommy and daddy," cried the little girl as she denied his help. Don't worry, I'm just here to help," said Izuku as he offered his hand, but she didn't accept it. "No, mommy, daddy, save me," the little girl carried on crying as she hid her face under her blanket. The situation was getting worse as the fire was just getting bigger, and it didn't help that the little girl wasn't making it any easier. "Oh great, think Midoriya, she's too afraid to move and it doesn't look like she'll listen to me. What would a hero do? What would All Might do in this situation?" Izuku remembered his video clips when All Might arrived to the scene and rescued the civilians. It was then Izuku finally understood what he had to do. He slowly took off his hoodie, goggles and handkerchief and gave the little girl a friendly smile. "Look, see, I'm just a regular guy. I'm here to help and don't worry, everything is gonna be okay. Your mommy and daddy are outside, and they're really worried about you. I promise, I'll take you to them," said Izuku. The girl slowly revealed her face and turned towards Izuku and saw his smile. Really? asked the little girl through her tears, in which Izuku responded with a nod. He then wrapped the blanket around her and picked her up. "Hang on," said Izuku as he ran through the burning room. After getting out of the room, the hallway completely collapsed and destroyed the path to the stairs and the window he entered from. With no escape plans available to him, there was only one solution left, and that was to create one. "I haven't actually practiced much with this technique, but now seems like a better time than any to use it. I better hurry." Izuku took a few steps back before pulling up his right sleeve to free his web-shooting wrist. "Okay, here goes nothing." Izuku attempted to fire a web line from his wrist, but nothing was coming out. He kept on trying his hand gesture repeatedly, but to no avail, meaning he had no spider webs to use. "What the heck is going on? Why isn't my web coming out?" Izuku began to panic as one of his only methods of escapes was gone, so he was going to have to be creative. The little girl began coughing at the fire was getting close, but that wasn't the worst of it. Izuku's spider sense activated again and alerted him on an incoming danger from the other room. The gas from the kitchen was about to explode and there wasn't much time left. Izuku looked back to the staircase and realized that he only had one way left to escape the building, and he was going to have to be quick. "Here goes." He took a step back and jumped across the hallway, perfectly landing in front of window from where he came. But he didn't much time to relax since he had to run for it since the explosion was seconds away. Outside, at that moment, 3 heroes had finally arrived to the scene. There was Kamui Woods, Backdraft and Death Arms. Backdraft immediately proceeded to use his quirk to fire water through his fire hydrant-like hands while Kamui Woods was clearing the debris. Death Arms then approached one of the firemen. "Sorry for being late, is there anyone else left in the building?" asked Death Arms. "Yes, there's currently a little girl trapped on the second floor but—" "What? She's trapped? I'll head in there immediately." "But sir, someone's already." After a while, an explosion came from the second floor which caused the crowd and heroes to gasp, but as the fire was about to escape, Izuku jumped through the window and perfectly landed on the sidewalk without harming the little girl. Sadly, Izuku's outfit was covered in cuts and burns because of the explosion, but luckily his face was still perfectly covered. The crowd and firemen began cheering as Izuku walked towards the mother and father and gave them their child. "Mommy, Daddy," cried the little girl as she hugged her parents. The three were happy to be reunited and safe. The father and mother looked back at Izuku and smiled at him, being thankful for what he did. Luckily, he managed to wear his hoodie on time, preventing anyone from seeing his face. "Sir, thank you so much. You saved our little girl's life. How could we ever repay you?" No need, ma'am. I'm more than happy to help," said Izuku in a deeper voice, trying his best to hide his identity. "But who are you?" asked Death Arms as he approached Izuku. Izuku panicked as he realized that the hero who gave him a mouthful during the sludge villain attack was standing in front of him. "I'm Jay, just your friendly neighborhood guy. Just a guy here to help." Izuku immediately jumped out of the crowd and ran into an alleyway. The people and heroes followed him, but as soon as they reached the alleyway, Izuku was already gone. Little did they know that Izuku was hanging on the walls with his hands. After the heroes and civilians left, Izuku slowly moved down to the building roof before taking heavy breaths from the adrenaline he was feeling. He was terrified since he had risked his life multiple times, but this time, he was really risking it all. The only difference being he had the power to make a difference. Wow, what a feeling. I actually used my powers to help someone. People thanked me for doing the right thing. So, this is what it means to be a hero. Izuku took a deep breath since he was still shaken up at what transpired. Oh man, I bet the people will be talking all about it tomorrow. But what happened back there? How come my webs weren't working? I'll try and figure out when I get home. For now I better leave. Izuku then took off his hoodie and handkerchief and placed them in his bag before crawling back down to the ground in an alleyway. Next day, Izuku slowly woke up from bed as he felt the sun ray on his face from the window. As he stretched, he let out a small groan. Izuku was feeling proud of his heroic actions from yesterday. "Aw man, I feel great. Some of the burns and cuts are already gone too." But more importantly, Izuku attempted his hand gesture again and fired a web line towards the roof. "All right, I've still got it, but what stopped me from using it yesterday?" Izuku started thinking of the factors which could have caused it. "Izuku, are you awake, honey?" asked Inko. Izuku proceeded to wear his white shirt, and upon hearing his mother's voice, he backflipped off the bed. "Yeah mom, I'm awake." "Aw, forget it, I'll think about it some other time," responded Izuku happily. Izuku yawned as he left his room since he was still tired and went towards the living room to see his mom watching TV. "Izuku, come quick, look at the news." Izuku rushed towards the TV expecting the news to talk about the heroic acts he committed, but when he saw the television screen, it wasn't what he expected. The mysterious vigilante, hero or menace? Izuku didn't say a word and simply turned white as he read the news headline. Since it was pretty much the opposite of what he was expecting to happen. What? It was my first ever act as a hero, but people preferred the term vigilante when it came to me. At the time, I had no idea how people would react to my actions, but soon, I was going to realize that the path I chose was going to be difficult. A lesson I had to learn the hard way, that powers don't always make life easier. Izuku was in disbelief from what he was seeing on the screen. There was news about his acts of what happened yesterday, August 31st, but it was being interpreted in a different meaning on television. And here we have the clips of the man who saved the life of a girl inside this burning building. But tell me this, people, are we supposed to admire this mysterious man? After all, he may have saved a life, but who isn't to guess that he was the one who caused that fire? How are we supposed to trust someone who hides his identity behind a mask? All of our heroes aren't afraid to show themselves to the public, so what does he have to hide? Ranted an angry voice on the television. The television displayed a clip of Izuku spinning on a telephone pole and jumping into the burning building. The clip then cut into where he jumped out with the rescued child held in his arms as fire burst out of the windows. If you ask me, not only is he suspicious for this incident, he's also making a mockery of our society. Our heroes worked hard to earn their license and make a living from their heroic acts. And he thinks it's perfectly fine to use his power willy-nilly and disrespect the laws that were placed upon our society. Now how is that setting a good example? Yelled a man with brown hair with white sides and a mustache. He also wore a blue suit and red tie, had brown eyes and with a cranky face which just screamed anger. This man was Jonah Jameson, the owner of the famous newspaper company known as the Daily Bugle. However, he also had his own talk show regarding the news and world affairs, or more preferably rant about it. As Jonah was finishing his rant about Izuku and his actions, Izuku couldn't believe what he was hearing. He fell back on his couch and couldn't close his mouth because of the media's interpretation of his actions. Izuku only attempted to help them with the best of his abilities, but sadly, he wasn't prepared for the backlash he was receiving. Was it because he wasn't a hero yet? Because he used his powers without permission? Or was it simply because he hid his identity? Or is all of the above? I was just trying to help. Was I really making a mistake? Thought Izuku as he looked down in disappointment. Izuku, are you okay, dear? Asked Inko as she saw the expression on Izuku's face. He immediately snapped out of his thoughts and turned to his mother with a weak smile. It's nothing, Mom. I'm fine. Izuku turned his attention back to the screen and continued watching the news. Of course, we are interested in the viewpoints of our audience. And so, we have callers from all over the world who wish to speak their mind about this whole incident. Said Jonah. Just then, the phone next to him began to ring. After a while, he picked up the call and placed it on loudspeaker for all to hear. Hello caller, thank you for joining the Jonah News Show. As I'm sure you've seen from the current broadcast, the dastardly actions of this individual are just no good. I would like to ask for your opinion on the matter. Requested Jameson. Hello Mr. Jameson, in my opinion I believe you're absolutely correct. Those who can go prancing around using their powers without the proper authorization are no different to villains. Replied the female caller. Absolutely caller, I'm glad someone can see this from a logical perspective. Our society has been doing its best to maintain the status quo ever since the introduction of quirks. And yet, we now have someone who wishes to disobey the rules placed by our society and break the peace. Exclaimed Jameson before taking a sip of his coffee. Izuku couldn't take it anymore. He couldn't believe how much his actions would have dire consequences in the view of the public. He got up from the couch and got ready to leave so that his mom couldn't see his disappointment. However, a life was saved because of him. I was informed from the other news channel of how the family was grateful to the hero who rescued their child when no one else did anything. This one man stood to the test while everyone else stood by. Said the female caller, which surprised everybody in the studio including Jameson. Izuku immediately stopped and turned back to the screen. Upon hearing the words of the caller, Jameson coughed on his drink, not being able to understand what he just heard. Cough cough I'm sorry caller, but the ends don't justify the means. Exclaimed Jameson since he couldn't agree with their viewpoint. Really? So, you're suggesting that no action should have been taken? Is the law so right that we should have allowed a life to be taken away? Countered the caller, which placed Jameson in a difficult position. Okay caller, why are you defending this man? You yourself said how people who show off their powers are no different to villains. So how is this no different? He's basically what we've feared could arise with these powers. A vigilante, a ruler breaker. We can't just allow for him to have his way because he wants it. And I still stand by that. I have no appreciation for such people. But the truth is that he was different. This is the first time we've seen or heard of him, and he used his power to save a life. That's what differentiates him from vigilantes. He didn't seek vengeance or to hunt criminals. he just wanted to save a life. I just want this to be viewed fairly after all, he doesn't deserve to be slandered for doing what others couldn't. God knows what could have transpired had he not did what he did until the heroes had arrived, explained the caller, which brought a small smile on Izuku's face but brought anger on Jameson's. Okay, clearly it seems as though this conversation is getting us nowhere. We're going to stop the call here and move on to the next caller. Jameson immediately hung up on the caller. My goodness, what is this world coming to? Said Inko with concern. Izuku on the other hand had a slight smile from what he heard. Izuku wasn't prepared for the backlash that he would receive, and he didn't know how his actions would make others feel. But even so, hearing such appreciation made him feel happy. Mom, can we have breakfast? I need to go to training soon, said Izuku as he changed his expressions quickly before leaving the room. Of course, Izuku, replied Inko, concerned, before turning off the TV and leaving the living room. As the two shared breakfast and finished cleaning, Izuku got his training gear and left for the beach with a confused mind. Inko watched as her son had begun running towards his usual training spot, but she was worried. He had changed so much that it was extremely noticeable. While she was proud to see his new built body and drastic increase in grades, Inko was worried because she knew that he was still aiming to be a hero. A world full of super-powered humans, crime and mutants, she prayed for nothing but her son's safety, since she had no idea about Izuku's new powers. Izuku, be careful, honey, said Inko as she slowly closed the door and went back inside. Dagoba Municipal Beach Park. The weather was dark and gloomy as the clouds were covering the sun, and so, everyone decided to stay at home, believing it would be a rainy day. Izuku was sitting alone at the beach, wondering what his next step would be. The beach had a massive improvement in comparison to 5 months ago. There was hardly any trash left at all. Izuku's progress with his powers also made him a brand new man, having a stronger figure and becoming more knowledgeable. But his mind was still flooded from what he saw on the news. He wasn't sure if he could bear the tension anymore. Good morning, young Midoriya. I didn't expect you to be here this early, greeted All Might in his skinny form, wearing a black shirt, brown pants and white shoes as he made his way towards the young lad. Izuku turned his attention to All Might and waved hello. Ah, good morning, All Might. I didn't really get a lot of sleep last night. I had a lot on my mind, replied Izuku in a nervous manner. Wanna talk about it? Offered All Might as he sat next to Izuku. Izuku was conflicted since it was a difficult subject. His right hand tightly held the sand due to his nervousness. He was worried if he spoke to All Might about it, he might pick up his secret, but the secret began to eat him from the inside. Actually, it's about the news I heard this morning. About that guy in the fire, said Izuku, which immediately caught All Might's attention. You mean the so-called vigilante? The guy they call the Hood? Yeah, it's the talk of the town right now. But what did you want to know? Was what he did really wrong? I mean, he just tried to help, asked Izuku as he tightened his right fist, fearing how his idol would respond. All Might began to wonder why Izuku asked about such a topic since he was defending him. He gave it a thought before looking at Izuku with a serious expression. I won't deny it. As much I would like to thank him, he did complete his actions through an illegal act. Citizens can use their quirks but not to endanger themselves or harm others, answered All Might with a stern face. Hearing All Might's response, Izuku turned pale. He quickly turned to All Might with a frustrated expression, not being able to hold back his feelings. But isn't that what being a hero is? To risk their lives to protect others. And not to mention, he didn't even use his powers to hurt anyone, he just saved a life. Rebutted Izuku, but immediately stopped as he realized that he was going too far. Izuku slowly turned away and clenched both of his fists since he was really disappointed in himself. For not just trying to defend his own actions but for speaking out of turn against his idol. To the man he always respected and admired, he wanted to make him proud, and yet, conflict was clouding his judgment. All Might was surprised to the young man's reaction since he seemed so defensive, but he changed his expression and started to smile. I agree. After all, there are not that many citizens who would be ready to risk their lives and complete the actions he did. But we live in a society where we have rules that must be adhered to by the heroes. That's what differentiates us from the villains of our society. We try our best to be good people and help each other with our powers while setting a good example for those who wish to be just like us. Explained All Might. Izuku slowly loosened his fists as he listened to his explanation. In fact, it's children like you that we try to convince the most, young Midoriya. Said All Might, surprising Izuku. Us? Asked Izuku. That's right, youngster like you are our future. And at your age, you've experienced what the world is like, and that experience is what will help you change. I went through something similar, or rather I met someone who helped me with my change, and it made me the hero and symbol I am today. Said All Might as he laid down on the sand and looked towards the dark sky, remembering the days of his youth and the steps he took to be a hero. Turning his attention back to Izuku, he could see the worried face on young boy's mind. All Might slowly got up and placed his hand on his shoulder and gave him a friendly smile. Cheer up, young man, you've still got some time, but once you get into UA, you have to decide just what kind of man it is that you want to become. So be careful to what it is you will turn into. But getting back on topic with the Hood. Thanks to him, a family is reunited with their child. Said All Might, which surprised Izuku. While the world won't praise him for what he did, the least I would have done is say thank you. The actions of the brave can have a major impact on the people of society. And that's why we must be careful with how we use our powers. That's why we have so many responsibilities to bear when taking this job. It's not just about fighting villains or saving lives, we are the influence, the image, and most importantly, the symbol of good. And that's why I've kept these words to heart from my master, and now I wish to bestow these words upon you, young man. Said All Might as he stood up. Izuku, while still sat, turned his attention to All Might with the wind slowly brushing past his hair. The dark clouds began to dissipate and the sunlight began to shine upon All Might as he said these words to Izuku. With great power comes great responsibility. Izuku just looked at All Might as he felt amazed with just the one sentence that he was told from his idol. Upon hearing those words, I understood the importance of what having powers really meant and the responsibility I would have to carry on my shoulders. I never had powers, so I didn't know of all the additional responsibilities I would need to learn about. But soon enough, it became a lesson I had to learn the hard way. And my first step was accepting the truth and telling the truth. But why does this upset you so? Asked All Might. Izuku wasn't really sure if he could do this, but he couldn't hold it any longer. Gathering all his strength, he took a deep breath and faced All Might as he stood up. Because it was me, answered Izuku, causing All Might to widen his eyes in surprise. I'm sorry, All Might, apologized Izuku as he slowly knelt down and slowly lowered his head. All Might was taken aback from the sudden news. The young man he was mentoring this entire time had done something which was borderline hero vigilantism. It was you, the Hood? Asked All Might in disbelief. To which Izuku answered simply with a slow nod with tears rolling down from in his eyes. All Might took a deep breath before taking a while to take in the news. He knew Izuku was reckless and ready to jump into action, but this was something he wasn't prepared to hear. I see, so it was you. I guess I should have expected it. After all, you're the only one crazy enough to do something like that. Said All Might as he sat down with his head down. Izuku immediately lifted his crying head and looked over to All Might because he was surprised even more. You knew? Asked Izuku through his tears before All Might lifted his head. I wouldn't say I knew, more like a hunch. Young Midoriya, ever since we began training, I've noticed how your progress has been astronomically quick and you have changed into a fine strong man. Since the sludge villain attack, you accomplished feats that no person without a quirk could. Answered All Might, which surprised Izuku. He then took out his phone and showed Izuku a photo of him before his transformation and before his spider powers were fully developed. A small skinny teen crying on the beach, an individual who never had a chance to achieve his dream because everyone ridiculed him for being powerless. But with the fateful encounter with All Might, his luck around to make him the man he is today. My point is, I knew there was something different about you. As I watched you grow, become stronger, you had a light within you. A light that I believe people would follow and trust. I truly did believe that you could be the next symbol of peace," said All Might as he went over to the young boy and placed his hand on his shoulder. "I'm sorry I let you down," apologized Izuku as he continued crying before his idol. All Might simply looked down at the boy and exhaled. He stood up and gently karate chopped Izuku's head, causing the teary-eyed boy to slowly raise his head in confusion from All Might's action. "For all that you've done, it was amazing how you managed to influence those around you. I know most people don't have the most pleasant view of what you did, but there are some who look up to you as a hero, to do what others couldn't. So, while I may not be able to applaud for your actions, I will not deny that you were incredible." Izuku immediately wiped his tears and smiled at his mentor's response. "But how did you manage to do such things? I've known you were athletic and quite strong, but not to this degree. Did you perhaps unlock some form of latent power?" asked All Might. Izuku looked down towards his hands as he remembered how he received his powers and braced himself to answer All Might's question. "The truth is, All Might, I've developed spider powers," answered Izuku, making All Might gasp in fear. "Spider powers?" asked All Might. It all came flooding back to him at that exact moment, the fight against the monstrous man-spider. He finally realized that Izuku's powers was not a quirk, but a mutation. How long has it been since these powers developed? I need you to tell me everything right now, young man," asked All Might with a serious expression. Izuku shook up on the spot upon seeing All Might's seriousness. He began explaining from the start about when he acquired his powers and what abilities he had. All Might was listening carefully, feeling worried upon hearing all of Izuku's story. "Incredible, and you haven't felt any changes since then?" asked All Might. "No, I've honestly just had these powers and nothing else. I recorded all the changes I've had since I discovered these powers on my notebook," replied Izuku as he took out his Burnt Hero Note 13 booklet, courtesy of Bakugo. All Might immediately began reading through the notes and tried to understand every detail, but he was more surprised at the large period of time which had passed since the awakening of his mutation. "I see. Well, you seem to be in luck. Most mutations act immediately and turns the host into a mutant, but it seems as though you have some time. Come, young Midoriya, we must go," said All Might with urgency as he got ready to leave. Izuku looked over to All Might with a confused expression. "Huh? To where?" asked Izuku. "To meet an old acquaintance," replied All Might. "Who is it?" "His name is David Shield, an old friend of mine from IISL," answered All Might, but Izuku's face lit up the second he heard that name. He immediately rushed over to All Might with a face of pure joy. "The David Shield?" yelled Izuku in excitement. "Yes, you've heard of him?" asked All Might, since he didn't think any school kid would be interested in his colleague. But Izuku's face clearly changed his mind in an instant. Of course. His research on quirks helped revolutionize its study. Being quirkless, I read all of his papers in hopes that maybe I could learn about it, but I had no luck. But even so, he's a great hero in the fields of science. He even created the great machine known as the steam healer, which disperses special formula into the air that can reduce ozone depletion and slow down global warming by 78%. Not to mention, he won a Nobel Quirk Prize, and he rambled Izuku, but All Might was beginning to get impatient. "Ahem," coughed All Might, giving Izuku a stare which clearly indicated him to stop. Sorry, but why are we going to go see someone like him?" asked Izuku in confusion. "If there's anyone I know who can figure out science and mutations, it's him. He'll help us for sure." The two immediately got into All Might's vehicle and drove off towards David Shield's lab. Shield Tech Izuku and All Might stood outside a large building with a bright round sign with an eagle symbol in the middle. In the middle of it read the name of the building, Shield Tech, directly in the middle of Musutafu City. It was the lab of medicinal and mechanical research, led by none other than David Shield. A place where scientific discoveries were made. All Might and Izuku walked into the lab, seeing a lot of equipment, white coats, gears, flasks, containers, chemicals, technology and notes everywhere. All Might could feel the familiar environment around him since he visited often, but Izuku was shaking in excitement since he couldn't help but feel happy to meet someone who changed the field of quirks with his brilliant mind. "Wow, this place is amazing," complimented Izuku as he kept observing the lab. "Indeed, the best scientist needs the best equipment. added All Might as the two began walking up the stairs. He must have a lot of money. If I remember correctly, he's being funded by a private organization called She, said All Might, but before he could finish, he looked up to see his old friend heading towards him. Toshinori. Is that you? Asked a scientist who had glasses on with a blue shirt, gray pants and navy sneakers. He was a tall man with an average build, notable wrinkles on his forehead, sky blue eyes and honey brown hair with two prominent tufts curving outwards from the top of his forehead. Additionally, a goatee on his chin and wide-rimmed square glasses on his face. Dave, it's great to see you, my friend, young Midoriya. I'm sure I don't need to give any introductions, but this is David Shield. Introduced All Might as David slowly waved hello to Izuku. Izuku slowly approached David in excitement. Very nice to meet you, sir. I am a huge fan. I'm Izuku Midoriya. I've read all your papers on quirk manifestation and development. I recently did a report based on human biology for school and it's nice to meet you, sir, said Izuku nervously as he shook his hand. Guess I don't need to introduce myself. Not a lot of people know about me, but quite the fan, aren't you, young man? Toshinori, you're looking quite well, old friend, said David. Trust me, I've been better. But you're looking even, old friend, replied All Might in a joking manner as they hugged each other. After the two separated from the hug, David patted All Might's back. Haha, don't remind me, I feel old enough as it is. So, how can I be of service to you, my friend? Asked David. All Might's smile turned into a serious expression before slowly walking over to David and whispering something secretly. I see, I'll get everything ready. Midoriya, I need you to come with me, requested David. Izuku and David left for another room while All Might stood patiently for their return. Midoriya, I need you to change into this, please. There's a spare room over there, requested David as he passed Izuku a blue patient shirt and pants and pointed towards another room. Okay, responded Izuku as he went over to change. David began preparing some equipment for the tests, but there was an awkward silence which made the atmosphere really uncomfortable for the two. But Izuku decided to break the silence. So, how did you meet Toshi? Oh, I'm sorry. I mean All Might, asked Izuku. You know? Asked David. Yeah, a few months ago I was attacked by a mutant and he saved me from death. Soon after, he saved me from another villain, and that's when he told me his secret, explained Izuku. So, you're his protege of sorts? 'Cause, I have to admit, he doesn't just trust anyone with his secret. He's been keeping it safe from the public for years now. I wonder if he means his wound or, one for all, kind of. He says that I have potential to be a great hero, said Izuku as he slipped into the blue pants. If I've known Toshinori for as long as I have, he's always had a good eye for great inspiring heroes. I think you should be honored, said David, smiling after hearing those words since he knew All Might always saw great potential in him. Thank you, sir, replied Izuku as he nervously messed his hair. As for me, we used to go to the same college together. You could say that I was his partner when he was an exchange student in America. But you already knew that, didn't you? The real story is that he saved me from an explosion in my lab. He saved you? That's right. My team had a little accident when someone decided to mix a little too much acetone with hydrogen peroxide, and once it got a little too close to our heated equipment. Boom, explained David. Oh gosh, I hope you weren't hurt or anything. Haha, as you can clearly see, I'm perfectly fine, son, and it's all thanks to All Might. He saved me and my crew from the burning building, and ever since then, I've been trying to help him out with his hero work. In fact, I was the one who designed all of his costumes, said David, making Izuku gasp in excitement. Of course. I remember all of them. The Young Age, the Bronze Age, Silver Age and Golden Age costumes. Those costumes were always the best in the world, and you made those iconic looks, said Izuku in an excited manner. Yeah, those were the good old days. So, what happened? Are you two not working together anymore? Asked Izuku. It's not that, Midoriya. Let's just say something happened which made him change his mind about having partners. We're still friends, but I guess I got a little too old for any kind of hero work, so I just make the inventions now. But what are you two doing together? Last I remember, Toshinori never took on sidekicks, and you seem a bit too young for hero work, asked David. Oh, He's actually training me at the moment. I'm going to apply for UA in February and he's helping me get ready," replied Izuku as they made their way towards the other room. "I see, so what's your quirk?" asked David. Actually, I don't have a quirk," replied Izuku, making him nervous since he wasn't being completely truthful with his answer. "You don't have a quirk?" asked David with confusion since he said that he was attempting to go into UA. "Yeah," admitted Izuku weakly. "Are you trying to get into the support or the business course?" "The hero course actually," corrected Izuku. "Hero course? Without a quirk? Are you sure that's a good idea, Midoriya? That's very dangerous." "I know, All Might told me of all the risk I would have to face when trying to apply. So, he's been prepping me for the test to come. I always wanted to be a hero who could save others with a smile, just like him," said Izuku. "Midoriya, I understand that you want to be a hero. But, take it from someone who's been there and experienced it, it's too dangerous," said David. Izuku understood what he meant. Being a hero was far from the safest job in the world. While he hasn't faced any criminals, he has risked his life before and he knows what that sensation felt like. "I understand. I've been told time after time that what I'm aiming for is dangerous and that I need to be considerate of my choices. Ever since I was a child, I was bullied, belittled and pitied by everyone I knew for being quirkless. They told me that my dream is a foolish one," explained Izuku as he stopped walking. David listened to him, understanding the experience he had to face. "See, now you're beginning to understand," said David, but before he could finish, Izuku turned towards him with a confident expression. "But All Might told me that I can be a hero, that my dreams are worth chasing, and if the man whom I've admired as my hero all my life can tell me that, then there's nothing that will change my resolve," said Izuku with confidence. David was shocked to say the least. Most quirk-less people had believed that they had no hopes in society and would apply for jobs which were your everyday jobs. But he was amazed of the dream that this young quirk-less child had and wanted to achieve. "Inspired another one, have you, Toshinori?" thought David as he began remembering the good old days he had with All Might when they first met. "Good grief, could you be any more reckless, Toshinori?" asked a younger David who was bandaging up a young muscular man with a yellow hair. "I'm sorry, but the people needed me. Ha ha ha," replied All Might as David finished his work. "Stop laughing. And what you need is some rest. You're never going to recover at this rate," rebutted David with annoyance as he slapped All Might's head. "It doesn't matter whether I have no arms or I'm standing on one leg. When someone calls out for my help, I will always answer. I need to become the symbol of peace for my home and nothing will change my resolve." "What a guy," said David as he face-palmed himself upon hearing his response. David felt as though Izuku was giving off the same vibe as his childhood friend. He knew that Izuku wouldn't change his mind either. "Just like you, Toshinori. You picked a good one. Your power to inspire is incredible," thought David as he took off his glasses and wiped away the little tears that formed in his eyes. "You know, you remind me of my daughter," said David as he wore his glasses. "Your daughter?" asked Izuku since he wasn't sure about his family relations. "Yes, I have daughter. Her name is Melissa and I think she's just a few years older than you actually. She goes to UA actually." "Wow, really?" asked Izuku in excitement. "Indeed, she's in the support course because she too wants to be a hero." She wants to be a hero but she's in the support course?" asked Izuku with confusion since he didn't understand what he meant. "Yes. The truth is she is quirk-less like you," said David, but then he paused since he realized he said too much. "She is?" asked Izuku. David saw a photo of himself and Melissa during her childhood. He smiled remembering all the good times they had together. He placed the photo back down before turning back to Izuku. "Yes. She's aspiring to be an inventor like her old man because she wants to help the future heroes to maintain the peace. She believed that was the best thing she could do to help and so, she's been working hard ever since she was admitted into UA, but the key thing you two have in common is how both of you want to help others even though you're quirk-less. And I find that truly admirable," complimented David. "Thank you, sir," replied Izuku as he bowed his head. "Don't mention it. Both of you still have a long way to go, but I can tell you two will make us proud. But come on, I think we've made Toshinori wait too long," said David as they finally left the room and headed towards All Might to begin the experiments. Soon afterwards, the three individuals were in a large separate room made for tests and experiments. However, today it would be used for another purpose. Okay, Midoriya. This open space is yours to do whatever you like. I need you to show me every abnormal thing you've discovered since that incident, requested David as he turned on his camera to record Izuku's talents. Understood, Professor David, complied Izuku as he got ready for the experiment. He went into the middle of the room and looked around to see what he could do. Taking a deep breath, he started running towards the wall at full speed. David and All Might watched as Izuku ran but near the wall. The young boy jumped upwards and stuck to the wall on all fours. What the? Said All Might. Incredible, complimented David in his amazement. However, Izuku wasn't done there. He started running horizontally on the wall before jumping off and firing a web line across the room and pulling himself towards another wall using the elasticity of his web line. He spun his body forward, completing a front flip before landing horizontally with his feet on the wall. Following this, he jumped to the roof and stood upside down on his feet to show off his wall-crawling powers. Amazing. Such agility. Such talent. Even an ability to shoot webs? You've been training him well, Toshinori, said David, but All Might simply shook his head in response. Trust me, this was all him. The kid's got incredible talent, said All Might. He was obviously concerned for the negative side effects he may receive from the mutation, but even he couldn't help but be impressed at all the feats Izuku was accomplishing before him. All right. Agility and spider webs check. You got anything else, Midoriya? Asked David. Upon hearing David's request, Izuku went towards a large machine which was 3 times his size in the middle of the room and proceeded to pick it up with minimal effort. Safe to say, All Might and David couldn't believe what they were seeing. He managed to get all these powers without transforming into a monster. Alright, Midoriya, I think that's enough for now. Let's head to the next location, shall we? Said David as he turned off the camera. Afterwards, Izuku was laying inside a sphere-like machine as lights were scanning his body from top to bottom. All Might and David watched as they saw the results of Izuku's scan. Thorough scans managed to show the changes that Izuku had. In comparison to a regular human, whatever normal was at this point, Izuku displayed changes which were extremely unique to other mutations. All Might? Professor David? Asked Izuku. Yes, Midoriya? Asked David. Can I ask what we're doing? I'm not sure what's the point of all these experiments. Midoriya, have you ever heard of the mutant gene phenomenon? Asked David as he was working on the machine. Izuku started feeling chills as his haunting dream of the man-spider returned. Of course, who hasn't? It's the case that popped up 5 years ago where people were transforming into horrific animal monsters. People were attempting to make man-made quirks by attempting to fuse animal DNA with people in attempts to create superpowered humans. But it was a disaster, answered Izuku. Exactly. When the man-spider began rampaging through the city, we feared the worst and believed that it began again. There is a good chance that you could end up as one of them if we're not careful. So, we're trying to prevent that before it begins, explained David. Okay, replied Izuku. He knew the risks of not telling anyone, but he didn't feel worried. The machine continued to work its magic as it scanned Izuku, gathering as much information as it could about him and his new body. Incredible. I can't believe it, said David in amazement as he analyzed Izuku's result. What did you find? Asked All Might with concern over Izuku's well-being. His body has developed changes to get the abilities of a spider, but there's something I don't understand. It's developed to a point where it's become stable, replied David as he continued analyzing the results. I think I need to continue to do more tests. If you don't mind, I'll just need a sample of your blood for a biopsy, requested David as he went over to Izuku with a syringe in hopes of collecting his blood sample. Izuku got out of the machine and offered his arm for the blood sample, but as he attempted to pierce his skin, David began to struggle. Whoa, thick skin you got there, said David in a surprise at the durability of Izuku's skin. Finally, he was able to pierce his skin and managed to withdraw a tiny amount of blood from him. After a while, Izuku and All Might were sat down while waiting for the results. There was an awkward moment between the two since All Might was just anxiously waiting for Izuku's results, but Izuku on the other hand was just concerned about how All Might would feel after getting the results, whether or not if he was still worthy in his eyes. Gosh, what do I do? Depending on these results, I won't be All Might's successor. I could even transform into a monster if we don't have an antidote. What should I? Wait a minute. Did I tell Professor David about my spider sen? Thought Izuku, but before he could finish his thought, David came out of his laboratory holding Izuku's results in his hand. All Might and Izuku stood up and watched David walk towards them with a concerned face. Is everything okay? Asked All Might as he stood up. Toshinori, you won't believe it. This is revolutionary, replied David as he took out the results. What is it? Asked Izuku. David then took out two separate sets of images and notes alongside them. Well, in comparison to my previous research, those with mutations normally have a deterioration effect which causes the user to lose all trace of their human-like DNA. It's one of the main factors which makes mutations so dangerous, their inability to think like a human and transform into a monster. And eventually, die. Explained David as he pointed out the difference in the two sets of images, causing Izuku to shiver but All Might to look down as he's known about it. One labeled, mutant, which had an animal-like DNA, but the other, which was labeled, Midoriya, had a separate color. Then does that mean that young Midoriya is? Asked All Might in a panic, worrying Izuku. David simply shook his head in response. That's just it, said David as he pointed out the differences in the image. Have a look at these DNA results. Notice the difference? All Might and Izuku both stared at the image. All Might wasn't sure as to how to respond, but Izuku was really invested at what he was seeing. I'm sorry, I'm not sure what I'm supposed to see, replied All Might. Well, these are the DNA results of someone who's lost all of their humanity. Basically, a full transformation. But if you look at Midoriya's results, the deteriorating effect have reversed themselves. The mutation has bonded with Izuku's blood and became a part of him, without the negative side effects, explained David. All Might and Izuku couldn't believe what they were hearing. It was something that neither of them had heard of before. You mean, said All Might. That's right. His condition has stabilized and his new abilities have become his own. I'm not sure what star you were born under, Midoriya, but you have to be the luckiest boy alive. Your blood somehow bypassed the negative side effects and it became a perfect catalyst to succeed perfect mutation, said David, which confused Izuku, but All Might was taken aback by what he said. Toshinori, can you believe it? This could be a breakthrough in the field of quirk and mutant research. With Midoriya's blood, we can accomplish so much. This discovery can help us to even complete the region. Before David could continue further, All Might grabbed his shoulder and gave it a light squeeze before slowly shaking his head. Izuku just watched the two in confusion since he wasn't sure what was happening between the two. I'm sorry, it seems I've gone off track once again. Sorry guys, I'll just be right back, said David as he left with the paperwork. Was everything okay, All Might? Asked Izuku with a concerned tone. It's nothing you need to worry about, young Midoriya, replied All Might. Izuku was sure that there was something going between them that he wasn't allowed to know, but wanting no trouble, he decided to step down from the conversation. Well, I've got your final results, said David. And so, what did they say? Asked Izuku. Well, for starters, you have nothing to worry about. Upon going over some lab tests, you're in no risk of a mutation. I'm not sure of the specific details. There are many possible factors which could possibly have affected the results. Your blood type, age, or even body structure, explained David, surprising Izuku and All Might. Allow me to explain my findings. Most spiders can lift 50 times their weight. Of course, it applies differently for humans. I'd say with your muscle growth, you can at least lift up to 10 tons minimum, explained David. Izuku pulled his sleeve up and showed his arm, which didn't have major muscle but still well-toned and defined muscle. Next, your wall crawling. It amazed me because I took a closer look at your hands. I noticed microscopic hair tufts on your body. It's incredible because just like setiles, they exchange electrons with surfaces, creating enough attraction across other surface area which lets you stick to anything. The only issue is, you have to make sure your body has a more direct contact to the surface so thick clothing can disrupt your stickiness, explained David. All Might and Izuku looked at young boy's hands and made a face of amazement upon hearing his explanation of his spider powers. Finally, the web shooting. This one was a little tricky since this completely falls out of the scientific explanations, but then again, we live in a world where people can have animal-like qualities and shoot fire out of their mouths, so it wasn't that difficult. The composition of a spider's web is made up of a liquid protein which hardens the more it is stretched. Upon delving deeper into your anatomy, I've noticed something very strange in your body, explained David as he brought a picture of Izuku's body scan and pointed at his wrist. Most spiders have a special organ called spinnerets. This gland enables them to produce webs in strands for general uses, but mostly for orb weavers, you know, the round webs around structures. Your body seems to have created such glands around your wrist which allowed you to shoot those webs, and because yours are much bigger than that of spider, you can shoot it at a higher force and make it longer, continued David, amazing the two individuals who were listening to him. Additionally, it seems as though your powers are kind of connected to, Midoriya. Have you been hungrier than usual lately? Asked David. Yeah, for some reason I've been having extra servings at home more often, so I asked my mom to make a large serving, replied Izuku. As expected, your webbing is directly linked to your metabolism. It's similar to poop, the more consume the more you can make, said David in a joking manner, but Izuku turned red from embarrassment. However, his words made him realize an important detail. That's just it. That's why I couldn't use my spider webs yesterday, 'cause I starved myself all day, thought Izuku as he turned back to his wrists. Moving on. Midoriya, you said that you were a quirk-less child, am I correct? Asked David. Yes, that is correct. Well, our body have specific aspects about them which are created with the awakening of quirks. They all differ depending on the type of quirk the user has. These fall on the category of emitter, transformation and mutant. However, yours was special because you had no quirk, so therefore your body adapted the spider mutation into your body, believing it's your new quirk. Now you have all these incredible powers of a spider, explained David. Izuku and All Might were relieved upon hearing the news, terrified that he may have received a curse from the man-spider. It turned out to be a blessing. David's monitor showed a red and blue DNA strand which combined with Izuku's original DNA, transforming them all together and spreading through his body. Incredible, responded All Might, astonished with this new turn of events. He slowly turned his attention to Midoriya, who was shaking on the spot, unable to process the news he was hearing. No way, then does that mean? Asked Izuku. That's right, this has become your power. Your gift. Your own quirk, replied David with a smile. Izuku looked at his hands as the tears began flowing down his face. He was so happy that words couldn't speak. All Might, on the other hand, fell back on the sofa, finally feeling relieved upon hearing the good news. My own quirk? Thought Izuku before bursting into tears. Congratulations, young man. You're no longer quirk-less, congratulated David as he went over to the weeping boy. Soon after, David waved goodbye as All Might and Izuku drove away. David couldn't believe what he was looking at. With the results of Midoriya's blood test, it showed off a perfect opportunity. He went into his personal office and took out a syringe gun with a strange green liquid. He looked back to a glass tube which had the label, Midoriya's blood sample. The key to perfecting mutation, said David as he gripped Izuku's blood. Papa, what are you doing here? Asked a tall and attractive pale-skinned young woman with a slightly above average height. She also had wavy blonde hair which reached halfway down her back. She was also wearing a red dress with white shoes and oval glasses. Melissa. It's nothing, I was just looking for some old notes. But what are you doing here? Asked David. You forgot your punch again, Papa. But working on a secret project, are we, Papa? Asked Melissa as she went over to her father and hugged him. You could say that, replied David as he placed the file with Izuku's blood in the back of his pocket. With All Might and Izuku as the two were walking through the city, neither were talking to each other after they got the results. Izuku was hoping that perhaps All Might would forgive him for not telling him sooner, but he was too afraid to ask. All Might, so what happens now? Asked Izuku nervously. Well, for starters, it's good to hear that you're not in danger. To think, you kept this from me for months. Even though nothing bad happened, it was still a risky situation. If we didn't reach you in time, You could have mutated or, God forbid, die," replied All Might while sighing a breath of relief, but Izuku looked down in disappointment. "But I'm truly glad we were able to avoid those situations," added All Might as he patted Izuku on the back. "So, what about one for all?" asked Izuku. All Might had his thinking face on for a while before turning back to Izuku. "I haven't changed my stance on that still. I still want you to inherit my quirk," answered All Might, causing Izuku to look back in shock. "Really? But I kept this secret hidden from you for so long, and not to mention my recent activities as the Hood," said Izuku while starting to get teary-eyed. "I admit, I do not appreciate that you kept this a secret from me. In fact, it was very risky. Luckily, as David said, you're fine. But do me a favor and try not to go around being a vigilante from now on," said All Might as he karate chopped the young boy's head. Izuku smiled as he wiped his tears, knowing that he was still in All Might's good books, but there was another question that was still in his mind. "There was something else I was wondering," said Izuku. "What is it? Now that I have a quirk, if I inherit one for all, will it get rid of this spider quirk?" All Might started thinking of an answer before turning his attention back to Izuku. "No, you don't have to worry about that," reassured All Might. "Really? Past users of One for All, too, had their own quirks. They didn't have any particular side effects upon inheriting this power," explained All Might. "Did you inherit their powers too?" asked Izuku. "No, I've never had any additional powers beyond that of super strength and speed. But it was so powerful it took me some time to handle it," explained All Might. "Did someone teach you?" asked Izuku, causing All Might to start shaking on the spot and go white in fear. He was shaking so hard that he had to hit his own legs to try and calm them down. "All Might, are you okay?" asked Izuku. "Why, yeah, just some unhappy memories. But you can bet that as long as I'm by your side, I'll help you learn this new power of yours and one for all," replied All Might as he finally stopped shaking and gave Izuku a thumbs up. All Might had no idea that Izuku was already accustomed to his new spider powers through his late-night training, but he decided to keep that part a secret to not get into any further trouble. "I won't let you down, All Might. I'll work my hardest to become the best, no, the greatest hero." "That's the spirit. I'll have to make some adjustment to the American Dream plan. Now that you have these spider powers, I guess I'll need to up the difficulty. And we've still a lot of work to do at the beach," replied All Might, but Izuku wasn't dismayed. He was getting more excited for the challenge. "Let's aspire to be greater, to go beyond, plus ultra style," exclaimed All Might as he lifted his fist in the air, and Izuku followed the same motion. "And so, that was the outcome of me telling the truth and admitting to my mistake. I was finally given the chance to do what was right, to which I swore I would never repeat my mistake, or so I had believed. For in time, I would learn the hard way the true responsibility of having these powers, the true meaning of the words, with great power comes great responsibility." October, Aldera Junior High School Gym. It was your standard day at school, gym class, and today's activity consisted of dodgeball. From both sides, it was just your average game of dodgeball for the class. However, they were playing in a more American format rather than a Japanese style because it was currently autumn weather, so they decided to play inside the gymnasium. And of course, to make the game fairer for both sides, the most important rule of this game was no quirks. The male students were all wearing white shirts with blue outlines and blue shorts, while the girls were wearing the same, but the outline and their shorts were red. Several students, however, had to have exceptions due to their size and quirks, so they would wear tank tops and sport bras instead. As a game of health development and competition, it was all up to the nature of your physical well-being. The boys, who were waiting for their turn, and girls, who were out from the game, were spectating the end of the match. Sayuri's team had 3 team members and there was only one enemy team member left. "Go Sayuri. You can do it." Sayuri stood still waiting for her opponent to make her move, getting ready to react to the offense. Wasting no time, the girl from the enemy team threw the ball with all her strength. Sayuri did a simple side step and retaliated with her own ball throw, catching the enemy girl off guard. And as the ball landed on the ground, the game was over. "I believe that is the end of the game," announced the teacher as the students were all clapping at Sayuri's final throw. Being the best at sports and knowledge, She was able to easily win their hearts after flipping her long smooth hair. Kaya. Sayuri is so cool, we love you, Sayuri. You're the coolest. Izuku also watched from afar as his class president was receiving a lot of praise for her efforts. He felt as though he could admire her from afar since even after receiving his powers, she was someone whom he could never stand in the same league with. Alright boys, that does it for the girls' match. It's now time for the boys to have their turn, said the teacher. With the girls' game over, it was time for the boys to have their turn. In their class, there were 20 males and 10 females, so the boys were having a 10 vs 10 match. Everyone was getting excited for the game, but there was one person everyone wished to avoid having in their team, Izuku. Everyone had split into teams of 2 taking one half of the court, left being Team Red, Bakugo, and the right team Blue, Midoriya. The red team were smirking and smiling, feeling lucky that they didn't have the black hole in their team, whilst the blue team looked as though they were ready to give up. Oh gosh, why do we have to have Midoriya? We may as well give up now. Hey Midoriya, move forward, the least you can be good for is a meat shield. Izuku, not wanting to argue, decided to move forward reluctantly. Everybody moved back, believing that it was going to be an easy lose because they had Midoriya and that their opponent was Bakugo. Regardless of using quirks or not, Bakugo was a monster when it came to competitive sports, never holding back and showing off his ferocious attitude, especially towards Izuku. Bring it on, you fucking losers, yelled Bakugo in his usual angry manner. Now, begin, and Bakugo, language, yelled the teacher before sitting back down. I bet I can get Midoriya out first, betted another student. And with the blow of the whistle, the students rushed towards the balls in hopes of getting the balls first. They all rushed towards them, but having no chance, the red team managed to get to the balls first. The blue team immediately began backing off to save themselves, but there was no time. A barrage of balls began firing towards the blue team. As the balls were heading towards Izuku, his spider sense alerted him as he immediately sidestepped quick enough to dodge the incoming attack. The entire class was in shock as they witnessed the so-called quirk-less child easily dodge the balls with ease. Even his own teammates were surprised, but sadly, they were too late to realize that the balls were heading straight towards them. In a flash, half of the blue team were out. Midoriya. How did you? Thought Sayuri as she watched the green-haired boy stand his ground. Even Bakugo couldn't believe what he just witnessed. The once weak shrimpy boy in his class performed an action that he couldn't think possible. Of course, that day of the sludge villain was still in his mind. He knew that Izuku was different, but whether if he acquired the power or hid it was something he couldn't wrap his head around. What the hell, Deku? How did he? Thought Bakugo in anger. Having an opportunity for the offense, the remainder of the blue team grabbed the balls and got ready to attack. Izuku grabbed a ball and prepared to throw as well, but the rest of his teammates already threw their balls, which resulted in no one getting hit. The red team collected the balls and got ready to throw except Bakugo, who just decided to watch. Izuku being the only one holding a ball, the entirety of the enemy team set their eyes on him specifically. After they saw his quick movement, they knew they couldn't take any chances. The red team threw their balls from both a low and high angle to hit him, but as the balls were speeding towards him, Izuku felt as if the world before him slowed down and he could see the balls approach him. Before he knew it, Izuku did butterfly spin maneuver, dodging the balls from all angles. While in midair, he threw the ball so fast that the red team had no chance to react. The ball bounced from one member to 3 others before gently landing on the ground, causing all 4 of them to be out with a single throw. Izuku landed on his feet and looked back to the astonished boys who couldn't believe what had just happened in the span of 5 seconds. The entire class was speechless at what they witnessed. Just several months ago he was bullied so much for being quirk-less, but the entire class couldn't believe it was the same kid. No way. Did Midoriya really just do that? That was amazing. The room fell quiet as they realized that the only 2 people on the floor were Izuku and Bakugo. They all knew of the relationship that the 2 of them had, Bakugo being Izuku's bully and Izuku his personal punching bag. The 2 just stared at each other with intensity, Bakugo feeling angry, thinking that Izuku was holding back his power, but Izuku was silent. Deku. What's with the fucking fancy footsteps? Don't tell me you've been practicing to get into UA? Yelled Bakugo in his typical angry fashion. Izuku didn't respond and simply stood his ground. What? Why the fuck won't you talk? Do you think you're anything special just cause you took out these stupid fucking extras? Bakugo. Enough of your cursing. Either play the game or I'll have you sent to the principal's office, yelled the teacher in her frustration. Bakugo grit his teeth in frustration as he tightly held the dodgeball. Everybody in the room could feel the tension between them. So, you think you're something special? You think that you even have the right to stand on the same ring as someone like me? Well, dream on Deku. I'm going to show you the difference in our power. Die! Screamed Bakugo as he threw the dodgeball, but he added an extra oomph with his quirk. The entire class watched as Bakugo blasted the ball towards Izuku. The entire class were shocked at Bakugo for using his quirk. The ball was launched at a deadly speed. Midoriya. Sayuri quickly tried to activate her quirk to stop it, but it was too late. The ball was already in front of Izuku. As soon as it came on contact with Izuku, he got lifted off the ground alongside the ball. However, Izuku quickly planted his feet back to the ground and used his spider powers to have a strong grip on the floor. But even with powers, Izuku felt the full impact and fell down right before reaching the white line at the end of the court. Bakugo smiled at what he had accomplished, but his smile soon turned into disappointment the second he saw Izuku. Everyone in the class couldn't believe what they had witnessed either. What surprised them more, however, was not Bakugo using quirk, but they watched as Izuku stood up slowly and had the ball in his hands. Meaning one thing, Bakugo was out. He caught it. What, Midoriya, are you okay? Asked Sayuri as she quickly ran over to Izuku and checked the state of his hands. But to her surprise, aside from a burning red palm, he was perfectly fine. Kachan! Exclaimed Izuku as he dropped the ball from his hands because they were burning red after catching the full force of Bakugo's throw. While being scolded by the teacher, everyone turned their attention to Izuku, who shouted for Bakugo's attention. You're right. I'm nothing special. With your quirk and the quirks of everyone in this class, I don't stand a chance. But I'm never going to give up. I swore to someone important to me that I would be a hero. And I'm not going to back down on that promise. Whether you like it or not, you can't stop me anymore. I'll be the greatest hero there is, said Izuku, feeling unafraid and confident in his words. The entire class fell silent as they realized what Izuku just did in front of everyone. With a simple display of his actions, he was no longer the boy who was quirkless. Everyone in the classroom couldn't believe that they were looking at the same Izuku. He was now a changed young boy. Bakugo, you're going to the principal's office. You know the rules. No quirks. You could have killed Midoriya. And you, Midoriya, head to Miss Ayumi's office now and get yourself checked out. The rest of you, go get changed. Class is over, instructed the teacher. Izuku looked away from everyone and left the gymnasium. I can't believe it, he caught it. Who is this guy? Midoriya. Just how did you've changed? Thought Sayuri, feeling confused at what she had just witnessed. She didn't have much interactions with Izuku for the past few months, but she could tell that he was slowly changing day by day. Spending more time in the library during lunch and exercising even during class, using a hand gripper. Bakugo, however, was gritting his teeth in anger as he watched the green-haired boy leave the room. Burning with anger because not only did Izuku beat him in the game but also because he dared to go against what he said. Deku, you're nothing but a pebble compared to me. You fucking damn nerd. I'll crush you, thought Bakugo in anger as he got ready to leave for the principal's office. November Aldera Junior High, Izuku's class. Even after 2 months, the news of the vigilante was still going around since they were hardly ever seen in this day and age. People were still trying to discover the identity of the Hood, but Izuku focused more on training the proper way after hearing All Might's words, so he swore to never go around as a masked hero. However, it started becoming less and less important as a new danger began to appear. Several students from different schools had been abducted in the past few weeks and the police were trying their best to investigate the disappearances. Sadly, there was no luck in finding them. Now then kids, as I'm sure you've already heard, recently there have been children which have gone missing in the past few days, so please try to avoid any unnecessary activities after school and go home, announced the teacher from the speakers. Did you hear? 3 kids from the other schools were kidnapped right after school? Yeah, and I heard they don't even have any leads. That's so scary. Tisk, They can try to come after me but they won't me. Let the fuckers try, threatened Bakugo with no fear or concern for his well-being. Okay kids, settle down. You heard the principal. Please make sure to go home as soon as possible after school. Now then, we'll begin class. Please open your textbook to page 38. Today we will be focusing on science, said the teacher as he opened his textbook. All the other kids in the class were either focusing on the subject on the chalkboard or just lazing around because the subject of the day was science. Izuku was sadly one of the students who wasn't focusing on the lesson because there was only 3 months left and the beach still required cleaning. With the alterations of the American Dream Plan, Izuku definitely felt as though he got a lot stronger being able to lift 2 broken cars with ease. Are my pants smaller? Now that I think about it, my school clothes have been feeling really tight for a while now. I should probably ask mom for new ones. Also, kids are being abducted. That's very concerning. I wonder if All Might will want me to focus less on training and be safe. But then how will I continue my training? Perhaps All Might made a backup plan just in case of emergencies like these. And as for my spider training, I've definitely adapted into my new powers but I've still yet to perfect them. It's still too early to think that way but then again Hatsume. Midoriya! Yelled the teacher which Izuku to snap back into reality as he realized that he was muttering in his mind again. The other members of the class began to chuckle as they saw how Izuku was back at his regular mumbling again besides Bakugo and Sayuri who didn't care. Are you still with us? Asked the teacher as she tapped on the chalkboard. Why yes ma'am, replied Izuku nervously. In that case, I want you to answer this question. If you had a similar pendulum but with a larger mass, what would happen to the motion? Asked the teacher. Izuku turned his attention back to the chalkboard to start analyzing the question but Sayuri knew what was going to happen. When Izuku blanked out and started mumbling, he wouldn't pay attention in class. So, she would take the liberty of answering for him so he wouldn't be as embarrassed. Sigh. If only you focused more towards your academics as you do heroes, perhaps your knowledge would be sufficient to pass the UA exams. But I suppose dreamers can still dream. The answer is, said Sayuri but before she could answer. Since both the gravitational force and the acceleration depend on the mass cancels out. Answered Izuku with confidence surprising the whole class. That is, correct. I'm impressed Midoriya, you've been hitting the books? Asked the teacher. You could say that, said Izuku as he continued to write. Several of the students began whispering to each other as soon as the teacher turned her attention back to the chalkboard. Month after month, Izuku kept surprising them with anything he did. They heard about him jumping over the school gates, sudden increase of good grades and most importantly, defeating Bakugo in dodgeball and withstanding his quirk. Oh my gosh, I didn't expect that from Midoriya. I know right, not only is he smart but he's looking a bit muscular too, don't you think? Yeah, I actually think he's starting to look a lot more handsome. Sayuri didn't know why but hearing the girls chatter about Izuku slightly irked her. She was someone who wasn't easily impressed but for all that Izuku was able to accomplish, even she was amazed. The boy who was always need protection was walking forward and becoming something sensational. Perhaps I judged you too quickly, Midoriya. Your recent changes had led me astray into believing that perhaps you're just changing your attitude in your academics but I understand now, you're chasing your dreams of getting into UA very admirable, Midoriya. Thought Sayuri as she slightly glanced over to Izuku was writing his notes at a speed and smiled. December it was an early morning, still dark before the sun rose. Because it was the winter period, most residents wanted to stay home during the weekend with their family as Christmas was soon approaching. However, this was no time for Izuku to slack behind as he had to continue his training no matter what. All Might walked out of his van and started walking towards the beach to meet Izuku for his training. But before he could reach the beach, he could hear a yell from afar. What the? Said All Might as he went towards the beach. Before him was Izuku without his shirt and just his trousers and shoes, covered in sweat and showing off his muscular body. All Might's eyes widened as the sun slowly began rising from the sea and the light began covering Izuku. From his view, he could see all the progress of his hard work, the beach was cleaned and he had a body that was perfected from his training. But more importantly, he saw something within Izuku, a new hope, a rising hero and a new symbol. He did it. Even before 10 months, he cleaned the whole beach. I can't see any speck of dirt. Oh my goodness. Izuku turned around and saw All Might slowly approaching him. All Might, good morning, greeted Izuku in a tired manner. He was about to collapse when All Might rushed over and helped him stand. You okay, young man? I'm fine. Just really tired, said Izuku with a smile as he got on his feet again. But look at you, young man. All those months of training, the hard work, they've all paid off and it shows. I'm proud of you. You've become a fine vessel for, one for all. Without a doubt, your training with me and your spider powers have helped you become ready, said All Might. Izuku, however, was shaking on the spot, gripping his hands, not being able to move. I cannot believe my luck, for all that you did for me, All Might, said Izuku as tears were streaming down his eyes. I feel so blessed. All Might smiled upon hearing Izuku's humble words. He was happy he selected Izuku as his successor. He knew that Izuku understood everything of what being a hero meant. He may have made a few mistakes every now and then, but in the end, the results were ultimate what mattered. Haha. What are you talking about? It was all your hard work that got you this far, thought All Might. We really need to work on those leaky eyes of your kid, but I believe now is the time, Izuku Midoriya, said All Might as he plucked a strand of his hair. Yes, sir, replied Izuku with confidence as he wiped his tears. I was once told, there is a difference between lucky and deserving. One is an accident while the other is a reward. Never confuse the two. However, you have been blessed to receive a power from both sides. You received your spider powers through luck, but this power, you have earned with all your own valiant effort. Izuku clenched his fists as he realized that his journey was bumpy one. He still had time left during to his increase in strength and stamina, but his true test still awaited him in 2 months. Upon accepting this power, you must realize what it means and the responsibilities you must bear. Sure, you've had a slip-up and gotten yourself into danger even before applying for UA, but I hope you've learned from that experience, said All Might. I did. All this time because I was quirkless, I thought it was all about protecting those who couldn't and simply having an incredible quirk. But now I realize that it's more than that simply possessing the power isn't enough, it's how I use it, said Izuku as he made a fist. Exactly, with great power, said All Might, comes great responsibility. Finished Izuku as understood what it meant to be a hero. He would need to set an example for the future and become a symbol that people do not need to be afraid and can feel safe knowing that they are protected. Now then, young man, eat this, said All Might as he offered his strand of hair to Izuku, but young boy was staring at the hair in confusion. Pardon? You see, in order to inherit my power, you must take a sample of my DNA. Luckily for you, I don't have to transfer it forcefully like the man spider. Are you serious? This was not how I imagined it in my mind, said Izuku, feeling a little sick at what he had to do. Come on, kid. We've got to train you to use one for all. Your exam is in 2 months. So, there's no time to waste. Eat, said All Might as he went forward with the strand of hair. Screamed Izuku before eventually, you get the idea. And so, that was the end of my training to receive one for all, but learning how to use its power would be the ultimate challenge I would face. Never in my life I believed that I would be blessed with not just one power but 2. In life, we're told not to be afraid of greatness. Some are born great, some will achieve greatness and others will have greatness thrusted upon them. Shakespeare, 1601. I was not born with greatness, but I had greatness thrusted upon me, and with it, I would aim to achieve greatness. And with only 2 months to go, I barely had any time to get used to its awesome power. But with what was coming next, I didn't have time to wait. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.